Yeah, the end is near. It's just put everything in perspective. Listen, this meeting may seem terrible, but things could be worse. Hey, BJ, you can. I think there's probably one more seat up there, and if not, you can sit on the other side. Yep, you may sit anywhere. Sounds good. All right. Okay.
We know.
All right. Well, good evening, everyone. Hopefully, you're able to hear me. I don't. It heard or sounded better earlier. Brent, I don't know if you're able to turn it up a little bit in here. All right. Well, thank you all for coming. Full house. Wonderful to see both our current and incoming council members for this evening's budget hearing meeting. We will be looking at the 2026 operating budget. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and start. I want to play a quick video to get us started. If my
The city of Findlay makes me feel valued at work by making sure that I have the resources I need to do my job and do it well. I feel like a valued member of the team that actually has an effect and an impact on this community. This job in the city of Findlay has given me the resources that I need for
So I just wanted to start off sharing that. That is actually launching today, and it was one of the projects that Human Resources, Amy Hazlitt, and Jacqueline Holman supported getting this complete along with our teams. And just really wanted to remind the community that we are a service organization, right? So yeah, we have to maintain our infrastructure, we have to do all those things, but it's really the people that get the job done, serving our community each and every day. So I want you guys to be the first public that got to see the video as we go through this process. So with that, as a reminder, feel free to get up, come and go. We will have some food showing up later. So feel free to grab that along with waters. I know it's a marathon, 5-hour kind of meeting, 4 or 5 hours, depending on how we move through things. But we found that kind of just getting into it and all focusing, it works better to just keep rolling through. So we will have the departments. We are going to focus today's presentations on the budget summary sheets that were in the back of your booklet. The binder that was handed out, I'll go through those. Those will also be posted online. And then we will also have a budget in brief document that will be released to the public later this week or early next week, just summarizing it. We found over the years that, we don't really need to go line item by line item. If you have specific questions about something, the departments can speak to that, but looking at each department as a whole is beneficial. So as a reminder, tonight we'll go each department. You'll see on the budget summary sheets, I tried to highlight the different funds that the department falls under. We'll go through the different departmental presentations as well as an overview of the budget as a whole, and then the budget will be officially adopted as the new council's first act at the first meeting in January. So just a couple of key reminders. I know you guys have seen this a couple of times. The general fund is the primary operating fund for the city of Findlay. That's what the majority of the departments fall under. The enterprise funds, or those restricted accounts, are the revenue generating funds like water, sewer, the airport, and parking. So again, those operate separately. The capital improvement funds is not what we're discussing tonight. The capital budget is done separately and is funded through 20% of the income tax revenue, and then different grants and programs that we're able to leverage those dollars on. Additionally, the CIT fund is the income tax fund where income tax payments originally go into and then are distributed from. And then just wanted to highlight the self-insurance fund, the severance payout reserve fund, and the rainy day fund are all restricted accounts that are managed for specific purposes. And you can see that over the last couple of years, we've been doing a great job of allocating funds, increasing those balances for specific purposes, and our rainy day account is actually meeting the state maximum. Just want to remind you, as you're looking at your budget book, Ginger and the auditor's office team does a great job of having all the details and explanations of each of the object codes and what they mean, but just kind of easy way to look at it. The 0 startings are the revenue numbers, 1s and 2s are personnel, 3 and 4 are other expenses, 5 and 6 are outlays of equipment or capital projects, and 7s are transfers and depreciation. We're not going to go through those individually, but just wanted to state that. The other item that you'll notice, and we had a lot of discussion about it over the past year, and I know many of you kind of have been trying to understand why does the city kind of, for lack of a better term, over budget? And one of the main reasons that we try to give our team a little bit of flexibility in their departmental operating budgets is because if some funds are appropriated to a personnel-related object code, and an expense comes up in an other code and they don't have enough funds in that line item, they can only transfer funds out of the other lines, so those 3s and 4s, to cover that expense. So for example, this past year, the fire department had an expense where during a fire, over $100,000 worth of equipment was damaged because of some of the chemicals that got on their equipment. They had to then, we said, well, do you need a new appropriation? What do you need? And he said, well, no, I think I can pull from a couple of different line items within the other category and be able to cover that, so that they were able to order the equipment, get it back in service, so that they weren't having to potentially have teams using equipment that was damaged going into a fire. So being able to make those operations, obviously that doesn't happen all the time, and that's why you see our departments turning funds back in, but giving them the flexibility to manage their operations allows them to provide the level of service that our community expects, and also puts a responsibility on our department heads to pay attention to every expenditure that they are spending. We don't want to get into a use it or lose it mentality. That kills, one, the culture of making sure that you're getting things done and managing and paying attention to your expenses, but it also can make people spend things that are not needed just because they're afraid of losing it in the future and then needing it. So that's what kind of the culture that we've tried to create over the past couple of years. And overall, I'd say it's worked out really well. So just want to highlight here the unappropriated cash balance, end of year, going back to 2006. Obviously, you can see in 2008, 2009, we really had a hard time with our appropriated cash balance. The black dashed line is the minimum reserve target. So we had passed a couple years ago a minimum reserve amount, which if the administration proposes a budget that dips below that, we then have to have a plan that shows how we are going to stay right above that. This is separate of our rainy day fund and those other accounts that we mentioned. This is the general fund unappropriated cash balance. So obviously in 2022, 2023, we had some really strong revenue collection years. We were able to do a lot. In 2020 and 2021, we really watched our expenditures and really battened down the hatches. Obviously during COVID, we really cut back and said, any dollar we don't need to spend, hold on to it. And that then gave us good appropriation, strong balances in 21, 22, 23. That also put us in a position then to be able to do some additional investments into big projects that allowed us to buy the fire truck ahead of time and pay cash for it. So we had a $1.6 million fire truck a couple years ago. And actually, that might be my next slide. Nope, one second. So those different things. So just wanted to kind of give that visual that we still are in a really strong cash position. Additionally, just wanted to give a high-level overview of kind of where our overall expenses go from the general fund. 60% of our budget is police and fire. So that is our, obviously, primary responsibility, making sure people are safe. The general is other departments, primarily, law director, auditor's office, mayor's office, city council, all those kind of normal functions. Leisure is recreation, parks, different things like that, and then the municipal court. Wanted to highlight paid out of the general fund, again, very low debt service that is being paid out of that. There are a number that you'll see during the capital budget process, some capital debt service that is being paid out of that. So projects that were completed in the past. Jason, can you close that door? Additionally, just want to show, again, kind of historical. The green is our business income tax. The orange is the individual income tax, and the blue is withholding. So I know you can't see the tiny little numbers in there, but just wanted to give you that visual representation. We've seen some increase, but in that 22, 23 is where we saw some larger payments with the sale of Speedway. These slides are not in the back of your books. These ones we wanted to update as closely to the meeting as possible, but this will be in the version that gets put online so that you have that. Also wanted to show then the expense versus actual. So the orange is our actual general fund expenditures over the last couple of years. The gray is the capital expenditure. The blue is the general fund operating expense budget original. So as you can see, that budget line, and then we spend below that. So being able to manage that. Similarly, showing the same thing with the revenue versus actual spend. So you can see the next couple of years, the general revenue projection is lower than the presented budget. But again, expect that we will manage that throughout the year. These are just key resources that I've pointed you guys to in the past and wanted to have them in the document that goes to the public. Looking at budget summary sheets, the capital plan, the popular financial report, performance indicators, flood mitigation, all these different things that the administration is working through and paying attention to on a daily basis. All right. Before I get into the budget summary sheets, any questions? Perfect. Okay. So moving forward, budget summary sheets, these were the ones that were distributed. You will note that there were some updates on the ones that I'm going to show you. there was some errors caught, mainly typos and some missing information. So please feel free to, I didn't want to reprint them all and kill a bunch of trees. So you just make some notes. I trust you to write in. There won't be a test, though obviously important responsibility. So just wanted to reiterate the organization structure of the city of Findlay. The elected officials across the tops reporting accountable to the citizens, but the majority of the departments for the city of Findlay do report up through myself and Service Safety Director Rob Martin. Just wanted to again highlight the general fund is kind of our main operating fund. It is funded primarily through 80% of the income tax collections go into the general fund, 20% automatically goes into capital, where airport, pool, and parking are primarily funded through user fees and then subsidies through the general fund. So you see that subsidy line item in general expense. And then gas tax, the SCM&R is funded through gas tax and a subsidy when needed. And then your water and sewer funds are paid, the revenue comes from our water and sewer bills. All right, so overall, looking at the 2026 general fund historical comparison, just wanted to provide this as kind of a high level overview, looking at 2023, 24, the 2025 budget, the 2025 projection. And this was from, a month or so ago. We continue to get clarity, and I'm feeling good that we're going to come in even below our projection. And then the 2026 proposed budget, and then showing the change year over year. Those yellow highlighted line, I just want to show you, those are unbudgeted transfers, and I have a couple of them highlighted below where you can see over the last couple of years, the $2.8 million tax refund that was unexpected and wouldn't have been needed had we had the estimated tax process in place. We had the $1.6 million cash payment towards the fire truck, the downtown recreation area and bridge. We had nearly $4.7 million towards flood mitigation. So we've been able, with our strong cash balance, to put some funds aside for those key community projects. Additionally, I just want to highlight when you're looking in your budget books, object code 441105, that is, I did not include that in this number. That's the chargebacks. So you'll see, and chargebacks are convoluted and complex, so we won't spend a ton of time talking about them, but I did just want to point that out. When you look at the budget totals and you're like, wait, mine doesn't completely match up with the sheet for each department, that's because I backed out the chargebacks because those are already captured in the individual department's expense in personnel. And then also computer services, it is shown just in their department here, but then once the budget is formally approved, that gets distributed across the accounts. And the auditor's office takes care of doing that. I think there is a number in your budget books now, but when we were putting those together, we didn't have that distribution. So it is shown individually. So just wanted to call that out for you. All right, this I'm not going to spend a lot of time, but just wanted to show the high level of all departments. Revenues, as you see, show up as negative numbers, so just called that out for you. And similarly for the restricted funds. And now we'll start getting into departments. So first up is Haley with Civil Service. Haley, if you can come down, introduce yourself, and just make sure the microphone gets turned off since you're first up. Perfect.
Hi, guys. I'm Haley Sherrick. I am the administrative assistant for the Civil Service Commissioners. I have been in my position since February of this year, so still newer to the whole process. Our commission members are Jeff Fort, he's the chairman, and then we have Chuck Clapper, who's actually sitting right back here. He's the vice chairman, and then Tom Kemp. He's the third person as a civil service member. Our civil service is broken down to two different categories. We have classified and then unclassified, which technically comes down to tested and untested roles. In civil service, we have 20 tested positions. I can give you the whole list if you like, but to touch on some of them, that's our firefighters, our police officers, as well as some airport positions, sewer, water, public works, things like that. Some of the big bulks of our budget include our it's all together. The two are together for the new physicals and randoms random test, and then we have another one that's professional services. This is excluding the salaries. New physicals and random tests are for pre-employment physicals and psychological evaluations for all new hires for police officers, firefighters, as well as our dispatchers. Professional services is the number. That number is directed by the number of entry level and promotional tests that we have to give. This past year, we gave 9 entry level exams, filling 20 open positions within the Civil Service Department, and then there was 1 promotional exam given as well. Another part, which I know the mayor touched on this, would be another big part of our budget is the computer services, and that's preloaded into there. Our budget did decrease this year from last year, and that's primarily because there was a couple things I eliminated. As I do not see I will need it. I brought down like the overtime because I don't see that being something I would need either. And then I'm trying to think. So some of the ones that I eliminated were contracted office vendors, which is like the office of friends that we use, as well as office printing. And then physical and randoms, I brought that one down a little bit too. So that's part of the reason why our budget decreased. Do you guys have any questions? Yeah.
If you can, Rodney, just turn on your microphone, please.
Haley, you're a staff of 1. You're the paid person in that department.
Yeah, well, yeah. I have the commissioners that I report to.
So the projection is a rather large pay raise, you would agree? From $60,895 to $73,294?
For the salary section?
Correct.
I'm not sure on that one.
It's an increase of almost $13,000. Is that an error perhaps? Or?
So the person before me, which was Amy, she didn't do any of the benefits. I do not do the health insurance, but I do the dental and vision. So that could be part of the increase there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thanks,
Anything
Haley.
else? Yep.
All right. Next department is. Yeah, I was going to say, I was trying to remember. There was another. Is the law director.
Good afternoon. I'm Rob Feitner. I'm your law director. I'm on month 11 here in this full-time position. And while it's only been 11 months, I've had the opportunity to observe the operations of the law director department for roughly 26 years. While it's not the largest budget, it's still a budget that needs maintained appropriately and efficiently as it can in order to keep good staff in place, handle civil, criminal matters that the city needs to be addressed. While over the years it's not unusual for a budget to go up, in recent years there have been many cuts in the way things are done in the law director's department, including the prosecutors, such as the use of technology, use of expensive research materials, having the city pay for continuing legal education, attending seminars on the city dime, and keeping clerical staff to a minimum. Those have all been done in order to keep the budget from increasing any more than it would ever have to. There was some things I never thought that I would necessarily bring up in the budget hearing, but since we have so many new folks that don't know exactly how everything works in our different departments, one thing I'll mention that you'll see on the budget is that outside counsel fees, use of attorneys outside the city of Findlay, is always going to be a necessary cost. It always will be, but it should not be abused, and that is the goal of a law director, or it should be. We have several cases pending that have been pending for years, and we have counsel that are handling them. The law director, and of course I've been added to them, is also a defendant party to those actions. So there's things that require the use of outside counsel. And I will explain a lot more of that in January 20th of 2026 at an executive session. I will have this new counsel a full review of all pending cases, where they're at, what they're about, and what the projection is for them to be resolved and out of our hair. That will be done. There are cases that we need outside counsel for that we're required to. If it's an insurance-related claim, then the city's insurance company assigns counsel, and we only address a deductible issue. And as I told a lot of you at the onboarding session, your law director is sort of the family doctor in the practice of law. And when things get tough and back surgery is required, your law director's not going to be the one to do that kind of case. And you're going to handle experts to handle those cases. And I know these folks on this side of the room have been around for a while and have seen a lot of that. This side of the room knows a lot about our players that are involved in these cases, who they are, what they're doing, and what their claims are against the city. So those sort of things have been addressed. And we do try to minimize those as much as possible. The only other thing that I've done in the last 11 months, as I told folks that I would when I was looking for this appointment, is taking on cases myself on behalf of the city. So where we're the plaintiff, we've had some accounts not being paid that have come to my attention. I don't know that they would have been handled by the past law director, but so far this year, while it's not a ton of money, I've collected $10,000 that probably would have been left alone. And we have some more that I'm going to be filing as they come to my attention for people that owe money, like for airport expenses, and there was a water bill from a construction firm and so forth. Those, instead of just letting them lay, we go after and we try to collect every penny we can. So this budget, at least in my mind, doesn't look much different than it has for years. I have access to the Munis system that the city has, and I can go back farther and see where the law director's budget was. And while not big compared to other budgets for the city, we try to keep any changes to a minimum. Most of my budget is salary and the outside counsel component of it, and all the little tinier expenses we try to keep at a minimum. Any questions? Yes.
Is the outside counsel, is that part of the salaries, or is that a different line item in your budget?
That is a line item on here as it's under LEG/FIN.
Okay, thank you.
And it has been, this will be the third year, it's been the same request in the budget. And I can tell you, while I can't control it, I am more confident this year that we are going to see the need for that budget to be at that point drop in the coming years. You'll learn on January 20th, there's just some very unique situations going on that require this outside attention. Holly?
I love hearing that you're doing a lot more in the law director's office and recouping money. Just a question for you. Do you ever feel that you're going to need more help? Because I know you split the city council secretary with you. Is that working okay, or do you see in the future that you might need more financing to help with that?
I think I'm in good shape. I guess my generation of lawyers does a lot more work on their own than what they did in the past. When it comes down to typing and doing things, I'd rather just do it myself. Denise is fantastic to work with. She helps me with a lot of the more procedural things, like who do I go to ask for this, or how do I do this purchase order, those sort of things that I need help with that would take me a lot of time and take her seconds. So right now we're in great shape. I don't see any addition to the personnel that's been in place for decades, really. So.
And I would just add that we are working with Denise to make a couple of changes to free up some capacity for her to work on a couple of other things as well. But Rob and Amy and folks have been working through that.
I have another question, Rob. The end of the year projection for in the salary department is about 100,000 lower than next to what changed this year that it was lower. Was there something else that went on?
What number would that be?
And maybe that's one of the typos. It says the end of the year projection 353,000.
No.
Yeah, I don't know what that would be.
It was probably your salary because he was previously budgeted as the assistant city
Okay.
law director.
Yeah.
So he wouldn't have been tapping into both salaries.
Okay.
Right.
And then we don't have an assistant now, is that, or we have both?
We are still looking for my replacement.
Got it.
The law job market is similar to trying to find an individual to be a cashier at Walmart. It's just not out there. And I think I've got it lined up for early next year, but it is just that way for law firms in general and cities alike.
And typically, and please correct me if I'm wrong, typically it's one of, like, instead of, you typically are not really adding a head count. You may be promoting somebody or bringing in somebody. Or are you planning to add an entirely new person? And
We always have 4 prosecutors, at least from the late 70s, early 1980s, and we're running at 3, which requires me to go, what I say, downstairs quite a bit. I keep a jacket and tie. That's not a place that I should be, and the courts has had to adjust its schedules, and the 3 prosecutors are covering for one that's missing. And while we have done everything we can to send notices out to law schools and everywhere else you do to find lawyers, there hasn't even been really resumes submitted. It's a really an interesting thing. If you want to be a lawyer, now's the time to do it. Say that again?
Thanks for doing 2 jobs and saving us money.
Well, we're mixing it up, but yeah, it makes it hard on the court too, and we don't want that, so. Anything else? Okay.
thank you.
Any questions you ever have for me, just come see me.
Perfect. All right. Next up, we have Matt Cordonier with Hancock Regional Planning Commission.
Good afternoon, Matt Cordonier, Director of Hancock Regional Planning. I've been the director for about 13 years now. Hancock Regional Planning provides professional planning, zoning, and grant writing services for the city of Findlay, Hancock County, and villages. We have 5 full-time staff members. We provide a varied amount of services and have different responsibilities. For the city, we administer City Planning Commission, the Downtown Design Review Board, the city and county revolving loan funds. We're the administrator of the Community Reinvestment Area. We also do zoning code maintenance and updates. We are the lot splitting authority in the county. We provide addressing for rural addressing outside the city of Findlay. We do GIS mapping and a lot of special projects such as the hazard mitigation plan, parking studies, housing studies, etc. We do a lot of grant writing for the city and the county from 2010 to 2025. We've secured $29,165,000 in grants for both the city and county in total. In 2025, which is included in that 29 million, we applied for and received $1.6 million in grants for the city and county. Recent sources of these grants are CDBG, or sorry, no acronyms tonight, Community Development Block Grants, Community Housing Improvement Program, the CARES Act, Brownfield, FEMA, Ohio EMA, amongst other grants. Current grants that we are actively administering that are currently going on, the Brownfield remediation at 428 West Main Cross, the Brownfield remediation for the river benching. There's a county demolition program, Nature Works shelter, airport energy efficiency of windows for the airport, Miracle Field upgrades, Melrose multi-use paths, Carnahan storm sewer, Rawson sidewalks, Mount Blanchard revitalization projects, the Adamus building remodel, the 2025 CHIP program, Genera sidewalks, and I forgot to Village Macomb. If I didn't say that, they're getting a community center built. So we are not the only person overseeing this, but we received grants that are contributing to these projects. A lot of these projects we bid out and see through to the end in coordination with the city or county engineer. We are not a city department. A third of our budget comes from the city, a third from the county, and a third from grant administration. Our paychecks and health insurance come through the county. Regional plannings are set up as a quasi-governmental agency in the state of Ohio, and we oversee multiple jurisdictions. We're requesting the same amount as last year. I strive to keep the city contribution, the city and county contributions as low as possible. Our request this year is 138,500. And just for example, historically, our request in 2012 was 119,000. So in a period of 14 or 15 years, we've only increased our request by about $15,000. So the more successful we are at getting grants, the less the city and county have to pay. So that is a summary of the varied duties that we have. And new members, if you ever want to talk regional planning, feel free to stop by my office and we'll have a nice chat. But are there any questions?
And I would just note, again, the reason that his number is different showing is because they do pay a portion of the computer services. So that's backed out of that.
Okay. Where is your office? Third floor of the city building. We share a main entrance with zoning and engineering.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Very good. Thanks, Matt. Appreciate all your good work.
Thank you very much.
Next up, the lady everybody loves, Mary Price, the Income Tax Administrator.
Hello, I'm Mary Price. I'm the Income Tax Administrator for the City of Findlay. I have served in this role since June of 2021. The City Income Tax Department is in charge of administering and collecting the city income tax. We ensure that the city has revenue to operate while making it as convenient as possible for the public to report their obligations to our office. Our office also collects and administers village income tax for the villages of Arlington, Mount Corey, Vanlue, Cary, Mount Blanchard, Genera, and Macomb. We are heavily involved in the city's strategic plan as the city income tax is the largest source of revenue for the city's operations. Just to briefly discuss some collections trends, over the last 5 years, obviously 2020, we had COVID. It basically halted society and the economy, which lowered the income tax in 2020. Going into 2021 through about 2023, we had a major bounce back in city income tax with some abnormally large business income numbers due to some business moves in Findlay. And then into 2024 and 2025, business collections have began to level out again. And while looking at withholding and individual income tax collections, they've continued to both have a steady increase over the last 5 years. So looking into 2026, I expect those trends to continue and don't have any concerns moving forward. Looking at the 2025 operating budget, currently projected to return approximately 14% of the 2025 operating budget back largely due to some unused legal fees and refund expenses. Looking at the personal services, the original budget for 2025 is slightly higher than the projection. I did make one promotion this year that slightly increased the salary expenses. Looking at 2026, I plan on maintaining the staff number that we have of 6 full-time, and then we do have 1 part-time that comes in just seasonally during peak tax season. Just highlighting some, moving into 2026, we're looking to increase our postage costs as postage continues to increase with the USPS service. Looking at 2026, though, the Income Tax Board approved in November for a postage fee to be imposed for delinquent taxpayers' balances when certified mail is sent, if necessary. If we had this fee prior to this year, with the amount of certified mail sent out from our office, we would have already recouped almost $15,000 in postage. So looking into 2026, I'm hoping that recouping some of that postage expense with the new fee. In 2023, we fully converted into a new income tax software system. So now coming up on the 2-year anniversary of that. We continue to see that it majorly assists in our compliance efforts for delinquent taxpayers and delinquent payments. They're easier to track with the new software, and a goal for 2026 is to continue to improve the online filing portal. In 2025, the tax preparers were able to import their clients' returns directly to our portal, which was new this year. So looking into 2026, the next filing season, we're looking to make that as a priority. With this capability, our online filings tripled from the year prior. So looking into the future, I think that's going to be a route that more and more people go. Regarding 2026 objectives, in 2026 is going to be the first time that we see our 1% administrative fee. That's going to take effect for all of our village collection services that we provide from our office. Currently, it looks like it's going to bring in an additional $45,000 approximately revenue for the services that we provide to the area villages. We're also just looking for opportunities in 2026 to educate the public, I suppose, about municipal income tax, which will be especially important this coming year as the Findlay City Schools is starting their school district income tax. We've already had lots of questions regarding that and how that's different from city income tax. So moving forward, educating the public is going to be a priority in 2026. And then we're just going to continue looking at our compliance measures and evaluating new measures when necessary. Does anyone have any questions?
And I would just add, we show that pie graph up in the top. That's showing the total collections versus the percentage of refunds, and then per operations. As a reminder, again, this is the restricted fund for income tax, so it's not in the general fund departments. The revenue all goes in there. She does her operational expenses; those come out, and then the auditor's office on a regular basis and transfers funds out of this account into general fund and capital improvements. So I just wanted to point that out. Other questions? Yeah, Dan.
So are delinquent taxes, are they trending up or down, or how are we doing with delinquent tax collections?
Actual collections, numbers-wise, our past due collections are up. I think primarily that's due to our past due collections efforts with the Ohio Attorney General, though. So as far as like people becoming more compliant with filings,
Yeah.
I believe that is looking better due to our ability to send more frequent notices out
Okay.
with our new software,
Good.
though.
So you're providing this service to a lot of communities. We rattled off 6 or 8 of them there. Okay.
Right, yeah.
So we used to give that service away for free, right? I mean, and now we're doing 1%,
Right.
which is good. But I think we're still way below the market, like compared to a third-party collection agency. So I would encourage you to continue in that trend.
Sure.
All right.
I just want a point of clarification. We did not provide it for free. There was a cost sharing related to the number of tax filers that were used. It was then as a percentage distributed, and they did pay. So I don't want somebody to think we were giving services away for free. There was a structure.
They were paying for their part of the budget.
It was paying for their part of the budget. We now have
Okay.
an additional fee to help us
Okay.
recoup costs.
We were doing it at our cost.
But then they
Yeah.
were paying an allocated portion of our departmental expense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Including overheads. Agreed.
Correct.
Okay,
Right.
so
Right.
there were costs with overheads, okay. But
Yeah.
now we're taking cost plus overhead plus 1%?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. And
Well,
we
that's a
already-
good step in the right direction.
And we
so.
do already have a structure that we've kind of laid out and do intend to increase it again, but we're doing it over multiple years.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
All right, we can be patient with them, but just, thank you.
Other question?
Mayor, is there an ultimate
getting
goal
paid
here
for
to
what we
have
do.
the department be totally self-sufficient based on services provided to other communities?
I can jump in on that. That is something that we are looking at. That has not been our specific objective, but that's, Rob and I have been talking about each of the departments and looking at different kind of standards. And I think that that's going to be a conversation with the new council of kind of what is our objective with each department on, and then how would we potentially achieve that. So I think the main thing is offsetting the cost, but we really are seeing the department be a lot more efficient, giving us the capacity then to provide this service. And then we wanted to, work with our neighbors, help them out, especially because a lot of individuals are maybe paying taxes in both communities, so it is much more convenient for them. But I do expect us to continue to increase it and potentially look at it covering our cost.
Mayor, I'd just add for the new council members that the all of those decisions that we were just talking about that Dan asked about, those are all made through the Income Tax Board, of which the chairman of the Finance Committee is the council's representative onto that board.
Yep.
Thank you.
Very good. Thanks, Mary.
Mayor, before you go, keep going, this isn't for you, Mary. If you go back to Hancock Regional Planning, you mentioned that the difference between 25 contract and 26 budget was the difference in computer services. So did the computer services number not get taken out of the 25 contract or the 24 actual? Because otherwise, if not, we're not looking at apples to apples.
I believe it did. When I ran all of the different departments, I did remove it. Hancock Regional Planning may have been one that I missed because it's a little bit different. But no, all the other departments, it is computer services removed out of every year.
Okay,
for
thank
comparison.
you.
Yeah. All right, municipal court. I felt their presence.
Well, good evening, everyone. I guess congratulations and good luck to our outgoing council members. I've been, most of you have seen for about 9 years as my presentation here. The material hasn't gotten any better this year. To our new members coming on board along with BJ over there, welcome. We look forward to working with council again. We've always had a good relationship with council over the years in the administration, and we certainly look forward to keeping that. Anytime you'd like to tour our facilities, if you want to come up and see anything that we do, you're always welcome to come up and take a look around and see what we do up there. With me, I have Judge Bishop, our Clerk of Courts, Heather Eigel, Brad Bash, our Judicial Assistant Supervisor, and Candace Griffith, our Chief of Probation. That makes up our administrative team. Most of you probably know what the municipal court does, but just a brief overview. We have jurisdiction over all of the city of Findlay and all of the townships in Hancock County. We handle misdemeanor offenses. We handle some felony cases at the beginning stage until they get transferred over to common pleas court. And we have a civil division that handles cases that consist of financial matters under $15,000, plus we do a lot of evictions, landlord-tenant cases. We also have a small claims division that meets right now as we're talking upstairs on Tuesday nights for a lot of pro se litigants, and the limit for the jurisdiction there is $6,000. The rest of the team will sort of get into the weeds and the numbers a little bit behind me here. You can see our budget request is relatively flat. Actually, it's just a little under from last year, and you can see also what we return to the city, or what we project to return to the city in 2026. And with that, I will leave my binder, and Judge Bishop, if you'd like to step up.
Set that down. All right, good evening. To outgoing council, thank you for your service to the community. I know a lot of you have been on council for a long time. I think your wisdom will be missed, but certainly appreciated. To new council, welcome. Congratulations on your new roles, and certainly always feel free to ask any questions that you may have of us. As you can imagine, with what we do, there's always a need for changes throughout the year to our processes. Sometimes there are forced changes based on changes in law. sometimes voluntary changes, but we do always try to look at our processes and make improvements when it makes sense to do so. So some of our 2025 highlights and changes that we have made throughout the year. We implemented a new jury management software that began in September. Our old jury management program was pretty antiquated. It cost a decent amount of money to send out our jury summons, required the prospective jurors to fill out the questionnaire and then mail it back in. So we were wasting some postage with the prepaid envelopes, as well as just a larger amount of information that we were sending out. So we did change that in September to allow individuals to complete their questionnaire online, and also request to either be deferred or excused online. Minimizes our postage, and then also made our process more efficient and certainly more user-friendly for ourselves as well as prospective jurors. Some forced changes. House Bill 29 was enacted this year. House Bill 29, it did eliminate our ability to impose any license suspensions for unpaid fines and court costs. So we were required to vacate all license suspensions that were imposed due to that. And I guess Heather and Judge Hackenberg can attest, we had to vacate a lot of suspensions. And that did also require us to set all of those hearings, or all of those cases for new hearings. And then a new suspension or warrant would end up issuing anyhow for a failure to appear for that hearing. So we got rid of the suspension and then ultimately imposed it again. So new process, but ultimately the same result for whatever sense that made. Also required to issue supplemental citations for individuals that failed to appear for arraignments for minor misdemeanor offenses. Again, it required us to send out more information. They failed to appear and a warrant was issued anyhow. So, but our staff is always great about coming up with new ways to implement these new changes that we are required to implement, and always eager to make those changes. Another House bill that was imposed, or that was passed this year, was 37, which increased the mandatory minimum fines for OVI offenses. Also increased the need for the use of ignition interlock for driving privileges. So that has certainly increased that need. We overall saw an increase in OVI offenses in 2025. In addition, Judge Hackenberg is on I don't know where he went, a statewide task force with the goal to reduce OVI recidivism. So based on that, based on the increased OVI offenses we are seeing, as well as the goal to reduce the recidivism, we did implement a new process where our OVI offenders would be placed on pretrial supervision, be required to complete an assessment sooner in their case, hopefully to identify any individuals that were at risk for reoffending, and then get them set up with services sooner. That began in May, and so far we've seen some encouraging results. Most individuals have been thankful for the eye-opener that perhaps there's some changes in their life they need to make. So we're certainly encouraged by those results. And then I think Heather is going to go through some of the actual budget numbers because she's the numbers person.
Since these two stole my opening comments, thank you. Good luck. Currently, our caseload is down about 4% from 2024. This decrease is from traffic cases and could be related to the shortage of officers across the board at the State Patrol, Sheriff's Department, and Police Department. Currently, our traffic and criminal cases are down 686 cases, so that's a significant drop from last year. Currently, our total receipts are over $5 million, which is a 2% increase from last year. We have currently dispersed $1.9 million back to the city in fines and court costs. The court's general fund budget shows no significant change from 2025. We are currently projected to return over $125,000 in unused funds. Most of these are from paying for expenses out of the court's special project funds instead of using the general fund budget. Our budget request for 2026 reflects an increase of less than 1%. We have implemented several cuts, an overall decrease in our personal services request due to the retirement of a 25-year employee this year, changes to benefits, and reduced overtime hours due to cross-training and changes to the court schedule. Our interpreter expenses are down 38% due to the more efficient way the court handles these cases. Legal services are also down due to the 82% reimbursement rate from the State of Ohio Public Defender's Office. The two main increases in the court's budget this year will be the 5% postage increase. Currently, we're budgeting at $80,000 in postage, which one certified mail on a civil case is $8.50 currently. So we're always looking for more efficient ways to serve our case parties to decrease our postage budget. We've also seen an increase in hours for our part-time magistrate, and that's due to the coverage when the judges or our full-time magistrate is out of the office. As some of you know, the court has 8 special project funds that are for court operations, technology improvements, court programs, and assisting indigent parties. These funds this year will be used to remodel Courtroom 1 and Courtroom 2 to enhance security, technology upgrades, and handicap accessibility. These funds also are used for salary and benefits for 2 of our full-time staff members. The court pays for the front desk security and magnetometer maintenance. We also use these funds for software expenses and technology upgrades. All conference fees, travel expenses, professional development, and association fees are also funded by our court special projects. So none of those expenses come out of the general fund at all. And on your slide, you can also see we've got a 5-year strategic plan budget. Right now, our case management software is 21 years old. It's called Courtmaster 2000, if that kind of means anything. It's kind of old. So that's upcoming in at least the next 2 years, if not sooner, depending on if our jury software company comes out with their case management. So does anybody have any questions?
Heather, thank you for all those numbers. Might be good to tell the new council members how much control we have over your budget.
We always appreciate your efforts, and the court will do whatever you're asked of us. So we've always had a really good working relationship with council and would like to continue that.
So the answer is
that good
0.
PC question?
Absolutely none. So thank you, Heather. That's a great way. You should be on this side of the microphone. That was a good answer.
Uh-huh.
And that is, we save money with our summons, et cetera, if we maybe hire DoorDash. Because they're gonna open the door for DoorDash. And then you just get it and you run. Our liabilities might be high.
I like the idea. I'm not sure the ORC, the state people, would love a DoorDasher serving paperwork like that. We do have our court officer from the Findlay Police Department, Joe Smith, that does a lot of our service within the county. So, yeah. I like the idea, though. That's what we're looking for.
Hi, Heather. Quick question for you. When you upgrade your software, is that coming out of the computer services line item? Because I know they tell you what that line item is.
Currently, so the computer services budget is just like the third floor guys. If we replace our case management software, 90%, I would say, I don't want to overstep. I would say that most of that, at least 400,000, would come all out of the court's special project money.
Gotcha.
Because we've gotten some quotes from 2 companies at least, and it's upware of anywhere from $300,000 to $500,000, depending what we go with. But I would probably say that most or all of it would come from the court's budget.
Throughout the budget, Mayor, the computer services line items are quite high. They're like $800,000 just doing a kind of a skim. Is that fairly normal or accurate?
Yes, so that includes all of our, servers, the staffing. One of the big changes that happened this year that is expensive is Outlook is no longer buy a license once. Now it is a recurring expense that we have to pay per license, per device. So that includes the majority of those. Any licenses for, we don't use Adobe, there's a different version that we use now, but all of those. So it is very, expensive for all the technology, all of our cybersecurity. So that is included in the computer services budget, and Brent will get to talk to you guys later. That also includes our electronic door lock systems, different things like that. So that's kind of, we call it computer services, but it's computer services and associated technologies.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, judges. Thank you.
Heather. Oh,
Dan, can you use the microphone? Because it is being live streamed, so.
You also use the townships, the townships use you. Is there any charge to the townships, or is that all paid by the city?
No, that all comes, any kind of jurisdictional issue, if it's a township case, we've had Village of Van Loo cases, the city doesn't pay for any of that kind of.
It all goes back to the,
Yeah.
Okay.
Either they're, like John Filkins is a village solicitor for Van Loo, so he takes care of all of their prosecution and stuff like that.
so I just have curiosity question. You guys always do really well with renovations. Where are you at space-wise in the next 3 to 5 years of what you're needing for space to expand or to add another magistrate? Just curious. I think it's important for the new council to know what the courts need.
I need more space.
In fact, before we went down the path of looking at renovating the courtrooms 1 and 2, which have never been renovated, they've been upgraded here and there piecemeal throughout the years. We checked with the mayor administration to make sure that they didn't have any plans to perhaps look at relocating the court into another building with whatever. And so they said absolutely not. And we are well able to handle all the needs that we foresee in the near future, and even going farther than that in the footprint we're in now. Technology has allowed us to do a lot with that space, and we don't envision needing any more personnel, certainly no more magistrates, no more probation officers, no more clerks. So we think we're very well positioned with space and personnel. However, I'll refer you to Judge Bishop's early comments. When the state of Ohio passes new laws, they have unintended consequences, and we never know what happens when they pass a new law. But for the foreseeable future, I don't believe that future councils will need to worry about new space needs for the court, and then we'll be able to do what we need to do with the personnel that we have now. So,
Will that renovation project start and complete next year? And is it being staged so like one's being done and you'll use two and then
yeah,
flip-flop?
if we proceed with that, we're still waiting on some final numbers. We would anticipate having courtroom 1 down for about 30 days, and then we would have courtroom 2 down for another 30 days. We have a third courtroom that we have, and we've also, Mr. Bash has checked into this, we've also have the ability to use council chambers actually when it's not being used for meetings or for your purposes to run court out of. In fact, during COVID, I had a jury trial, and we did voir dire with all the prospective jurors down here. We spread them out back that way, able to record it and everything like that. So it worked out really well. And if really things get tight, Judge Johnson has offered up one of her courtrooms over there for our needs if we need to get that far. So, and yes, we should be optimistically done if we start around January, February, to be done by probably April, May. That's the timeline that we're looking at. So. Again, great, thank you again. Look forward to working with you guys as well, so, thank you.
Thank you, judges. Thanks, Heather. With that, we will move to the police department. Chief Matthias, Captain Hendren.
Hello, everybody. Seasoned and new. I have some information for you before we get started. Those are reports we'll get to here in a little bit, but I got Captain Hendren with me. He makes up part of the command staff. We also have 3 lieutenants, one in charge of each division, patrol, lieutenants, and detectives. So our 2026 budget falls under the control of the police department. For police, which is patrol, detectives, including vice narcotics and special services, our dispatch, and then disaster services, which is requested amount of $14.2 million, and then our restricted parking funds. Our largest operational cost is personnel and overtime, with officers and dispatchers due to shortages in staffing for most of 25. And then also uniform and then gear for mostly for the officers. The rest of our operational budget is just for maintaining services and capabilities with the department, especially with software costs, which is our largest increase over the last couple of years, especially with the body cameras, the fleet cameras for the patrol cars, the Taser 10s, and then Trilio software, which is very beneficial equipment to our department and also for liability. And it's paid off already in a couple of our traumatic incidents. And then the rest of it is dealing with equipment and then training for all of our personnel. Our goal and objectives align directly with our strategic plan and the pillars for a safe community, well-run and caring government, thriving business environment, attractive and active community, and then connected city due to public safety being our top priority. Projections that will return 3% from the police department budget, 8% from the dispatch budget, and then 26% from disaster service budget in 25. I'm very proud of our 84 full-time employees, of which is 63 sworn that we have currently. We also have 3 other candidates who are in basic police officer training, which they are not officers, but they'll be graduating soon, and then hopefully passing the test and be out on the streets here by spring. 11 dispatchers, which we are 1 short. 3 clerks, 1 administrative secretary, 1 CALIA accredited manager, a fleet manager, and a civilian parking enforcement. And then we also have 12 other personnel that makes up our auxiliary and then our chaplains. We also have 4 candidates in background investigation for basic peace officer academies in early 2026. I have 3 pending retirements for officers and detective clerk for 2026. We wouldn't be successful without everyone's professional efforts, commitment, and dedication to public safety in our community. We had 3 patrol officers resign, plus 1 auxiliary officer, 2 dispatchers resign. We also had 2 sergeants went out on retirement, and then 1 officer death this year. It takes about a year if a person is not certified to go through the whole process of civil service testing, physical agility, background investigation, and then getting hired on, going through an academy, and then completing our FTO program, our field training program, to get them out on the street to begin their service on that and year probation. So it does take a while if they're not certified. If they are certified, it just speeds that process up for us. Also, our KPIs on response time, we continue to look at that. We tried to meet the goal of minus or 6 minutes or less, crime reduction over a 3-year average, and then operational efficiency, which includes managing of overtime, which I already talked about. The Findlay Police Department mission is to prevent crime, enforce laws, protect life and property, and uphold constitutional rights, aiming to promote a safe community through fair and professional policing, which are our core values of professionalism, integrity, and teamwork. Some of the highlights from 25, we negotiated wage increases with our contractual obligations for the OPPA employees, which directly relates to increased recruitment and retention for our officers and dispatchers, along with a new video highlighting the police department and all of our divisions, along with personal interviews being used for the recruitment efforts. We've already seen a steady increase in the amount of candidates interested for working for the city of Findlay. Getting back to the body cameras, the body camera project is entering its 4th year in the operating budget. The Axon Fleet 3 is in the 3rd year, and then the Axon 10 is moving into the 3rd year of contract funding. Again, these are software costs that's knocking up our operational budget considerably. These are valuable pieces of equipment, but it also makes our agency and our officers stand out and have been proven to be very helpful for the reliability for the city. Part of that report talks about body-worn cameras and in-car the system, if you have any questions on that when we get to that. The next request are Civic Plus for our public records request. We started that in September. It's mainly for our records office, but it's also used for the mayor's office, and it could be used for other departments within the city since the license does cover multiple departments. It creates efficiency for our personnel and also for the other city departments that are using it. We are offsetting these software costs with funds that are coming in from our body-worn camera footage requests. So if a person asks for body-worn camera footage, we make an assumption or an estimate of what that's going to cost them. If they do go through with it, that money goes back to the city funds, but kind of trying to offset those requests with this next request. It's putting us in a better position to fulfill public records requests. That report's in there as well. Throughout most of 25, we operated below the authorized staffing levels of 69 for patrol and 12 for dispatch. So currently we're 6 positions short. Again, we got 3 in the academy. They'll be starting roughly around the first of the year as far as getting their testing, final testing done, and then starting our field training program. We also have 4 more in a background for 2026, and then we also have a dispatch candidate that hopefully be starting in early 26 as well. We've been managing overtime effectively and efficiently as possible. Again, that's a large cost to our operating budget, especially being short. We also have long FMLA leaves with employees, military leave, BWC claims for injuries, which can be a dangerous job, and we do have officers occasionally off on extended leaves for injuries. Critical incident leave and administrative duty, which we just had the officer-involved shooting, as well as other shift shortages throughout the year. I pulled back several detectives back to patrol division to complete out 25, just to help the cost with overtime and manpower. We had an additional 135 hours of overtime that was needed to cover approved events throughout the city for different events that's happening on street that cost the city overtime. So that was an additional increase for this year. We also went from 5 call-outs in 2024 for ERT, which is our emergency response team, to 13 call-outs in 2025, mainly due to a new vice narcotics unit, new detectives, new supervisor of that unit, and they're doing a lot more basically trafficking and drug search warrants. A lot of drugs in town, so we're trying to hold those people accountable and put them in the place where they need to be. The last part in the other report is Trulio. Trulio is an advanced tool that assists with analyzing BWC footage and improved communication, identifies training opportunities, and enhances organizational accountability with AI in all of our interactions with the public and that. So instead of a sergeant or an officer in charge looking at all the body-worn camera footage, this tool, this software helps look at all of the videos, not just a certain percentage of the videos. It looks at all of our videos. It looks for professionalism. It looks for, obviously, training opportunities. So it does the pluses and the minuses, and it's very valuable software for our organization. Some capital improvement highlights. We replaced, obviously, marked patrol cars. That's an annual thing. We got a new canine vehicle that's being outfitted for a new canine officer and a canine in early 26. He'll be attending training in Marysville. A new mobile command center was purchased to support our emergency response team operations. That'll be arriving in early 26. Knock on wood. All of our department handguns were also replaced. We used to have Glock 45 caliber. We moved to Glock 9mm with red dot aim point sights, lights on with the guns, new holsters, magazines, ammunition. So it brings our weaponry up basically the next generation. So the other weapons were at least 10, 11 years old, and it was time. Some of those weapons are starting to show age, wear and tear, and we need those to be reliable. We also replaced body armor, ballistic helmets, communication headsets to the emergency response team. 8 of our 16 disaster sirens were replaced this last year due to age and reliability concerns. The detective forensic computer was replaced for case investigation, and then our mobile surveillance trailer was updated with 2 new cameras. We're currently undergoing a radio council project for our dispatch, and that'll be completed by early 2026. Some other achievements in 25, all sworn officers had state mandated 24 hours of continual professional training in addition to our CALIA accreditation. With that, we can get reimbursed up to 40 hours per each officer. That fund is standing at $91,000 through 3 quarters so far this year, and we're expecting another reimbursement check for quarter 4 yet. So we should be sitting well over 100,000 in reimbursed funds through the state for our officers' training. We completed year 2 of CALEA web-based assessment, which just holds us our policies, procedures, and our liabilities for the department. It's on a 4-year revolving cycle. We just completed year 2 this year. It ensures the department maintains our accredited status throughout the state. Lieutenant Maury and Sergeant Wallbauer, they earned what we call as FBI LEADA leadership training. It's with the Trilogy Award, sorry. It's 3 different classes of executive leadership. It gets them ready for the next step on that. So for the sergeant, it'd be lieutenant, and then for a lieutenant, it would be for a captain or a chief's position. So it's preparing that for succession planning within our future of the department. We'll also send in our other patrol sergeants through this type of training. They receive the first 2 levels of the 3 levels. The 3rd level is basically meant for lieutenants, captain, and chief on that. So the other members of the command staff have already completed that training. That was something big that I came to council a year or 2 ago on that, and we've been very successful and completed that. The last couple things in the highlights was we also received 2 grants through the Ohio Department of Public Safety. One was a selective traffic enforcement program grant, and the other is a impaired driving enforcement grant. So it's basically extra patrol officers on the street during either certain days or certain holidays, and it puts extra patrol officers out on the street for additional enforcement. So that funding basically amounted to $36,000 of overtime or 632 hours of reimbursement back to our community. Again, it's a reimbursement grant, so we have to pay for it up front, and the state reimburses us on a monthly basis on how many hours we use for that. The other is 2 separate $5,000 presidential grants from the Findlay Hancock County Community Foundation. One was directly in support of our community events. We served Kona Ice to the public at different parks throughout last year and completed that this year. And then the one that we just were awarded recently was for basically first responder recognition or wellness and that. So they offered both of those. It's a presidential award, and we're very grateful that the community sees that within our department. Some 2026 objectives. We still want to maintain and achieve our authorized staffing. Again, 69 for patrol, 12 for dispatch. Reduce the overtime expenses and ensure consistent public safety services. We're currently in the process of replacing some patrol officers, and we'll also have an application process out for a detective secretary position that's due to be she's going to be retiring in early 26. CPT reimbursement goes from 40 hours to 32 hours as the maximum, so we expect to hit and exceed that level of the 32 hours. We also want to improve employee mental health and employee wellness. We had 3 traumatic incidences within the last year, 2 officers' shootings, and then the 1 officer death. So we're looking at additional peer support, EAP, and counselors for advocacy, education, and effective measures, along with additional training for all of our staff, not just our officers. Parking fines are due to be increased in 2026 for certain violations. That may not make the public happy, but obviously the fines were at an old base level and need to be updated. Continually providing relevant and high-quality training to support officer safety, skill development, and operational readiness and effectiveness. Expand our recruitment initiatives by attending certain events throughout our community in Northwest Ohio to attract the most qualified and diverse candidates that are out there. Strengthen community engagement through outreach efforts, educational programs, participation in special events. Again, our officers meeting our state mandated training and reimbursement, maintain full compliance with the CLIA accreditation for year 3 as we move through our continuous improvement efforts throughout the department, increase our traffic stops and also patrols in our neighborhoods and businesses, help reduce crimes, especially against victims and violent offenders, and then also look for state grants that are available. We also have personnel that are trained to help write those grants for future funding possibilities. So that's all I have in a nutshell, but do you guys have any questions?
Question?
Yes, sir.
No. No, I was just asking if there were questions. So the floor is yours, sir. Just turn your microphone on, please.
It's more a curiosity thing. 3 or 4 years ago, when you started getting funding for body-worn cameras and things like that, there was a big concern about people accessing records requests and things like this, both in terms of time, personnel, and things like that. Is that under control, and you've been able to deal with it?
It is under control. We do have a large request, especially when the bigger events happen. It's not just you request a video, you're requesting all the videos. So if there's 8, 9, 10 officers at the scene, they're requesting 8, 9, 10 officers of body video. So it does take a lot. We've just recently opened up a part-time position. We've seen the need for basically a part-time in the police department, part-time in IT, which he may talk about that here coming up. It's a joint collaboration between us and IT department or computer services to try and add an additional half person to our staffing in that. Right now we have an administrative sergeant. We have an officer that does things on the overlap on our Wednesdays, and we also have our clerks that are basically trained in that as well. Our detective secretary clerks, she can do redactions as well. So it is a large request. Some weeks it's a little busier than others, but as you can see by the stats, there is still a large demand that comes in. The cost is actually helping to drive those down. Some of these independents that just want a body camera video, that cost is kind of offsetting that, and it's not, once they see the estimate, a lot of them don't go through. So, but yeah, we're keeping a close eye on it. Right now we don't need any additional staffing other than that part-time, and when they're not doing police-related redaction, that half-time person would be doing help desk or tasks within the computer services and that. So,
if I can follow up, is most of that real and legitimate, or is some of that frivolous and just to hassle the police department?
Yes. Yes.
I didn't expect that, but thank you.
That's exactly what it is.
Right.
Hey, Chief. I just had a question on staffing. For 25, we're at 67, but you said we lost 6. I know we brought a couple in yet this year. So are we at 67, or are we at 61 or 65 to end the year?
We're at 66 as far as we got 63 sworn. We got 3 in an academy. So that one may have been, we had a lateral that came in and he resigned shortly thereafter. So that 67 may have included him. So that was a recent departure. So we're at 66 currently.
With nobody off and all of that. That's not including the people.
That's not people that are off for.
So where are we at on that number?
On administrative or total people?
On police, on road,
patrol.
On road. Mm-hmm.
I would say we're in the 30s. We're literally about 8 people short right now. Let's say we're three short, 3 in the academy, a couple people off on, like I say, administrative duty. So. And then I got, let's see, FMLA, so I don't want to get into personal business, but it makes a difference. Otherwise, I wouldn't be pulling detectives out of their role and putting them on patrol. But
and what is the savings on that compared to the overtime number? Because detectives are a higher rate.
No. Well, a little bit, but it's just they're getting burnt out. It's just there's only so many hours they can work in a day and each week, and it's. We looked what's best for the department, and it's pulling basically some resources back to patrol. Patrol is our bread and butter. That's where you need to be the heaviest. And we would like to get up to 69. I was that close come January last year. And then some people, it was more single officers that wanted to improve and go to bigger departments that offered more things than Findlay did and out of state. And before long, we was trying to play catch up, and we're still trying to play catch up. So we got good people in the works. It's just a matter of getting them here. And I say that year time frame makes a long time to make it. So
it's tedious. That's
we're trying to hit these people that are certified or lateral, but we don't want to reduce the quality of officer that's coming in and working for us. And that we expect a certain level of professionalism, and we maintain that, and that's what we expect in our community.
Thanks.
Chief, can you talk just real quick on how we have seen an increase in people applying and testing over the last year with the pay increase? Because it really has helped.
Yeah, it's really helped. I say we've had lateral people come in. We've had officers that's graduating academies, and then plus new people that want to get a start. So we was to the point of 10 to 12 people taking a test, and then basically down to single digits interviewing, which is unheard of in that. But we're doing better than some organizations, and we haven't quite doubled that number, but we've hit 18, 20 people taking our test, and then having more than at least the number allowed to actually interview, and then still have some in reserves and that. So we like to keep a test active. We just like to try and stay even and not fall behind in that. So the biggest thing is trying to play catch up, especially with multiple people off and that. And you
Well, I
never know
fully
with an injury.
support the guys, the team, but, you know, even with all the things you're talking about, they need their support from their partners and
yes.
stuff,
Very much
especially with
so.
everything they're seeing and experiencing.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, my only question was, you know, if I request camera footage, am I charged per camera?
You're charged based on what you're requesting. So if you're requesting an event and you're wanting one officer's video, or if you're wanting everybody's, so if there was, like say 5, 6, you're requesting that event and stuff. So we'd make that quote based on what your request is.
So it would be more.
Most likely it'd be more, unless you wanted just one specific officer
Yeah,
on.
right. I'm just saying, if
Yes.
somebody says, I want 9 cameras,
Yep,
they should be paying 9 times.
exactly right. Yes.
Maybe 8.
Right.
Pay for 8 and get 1
Yep.
free. I get the money.
Yep.
But we don't
With a
charge
max
that.
with a max of 750.
We don't charge it for court cases. So if an attorney requests it, yeah, there's, so if you're.
Or the victim.
Yeah, if you're the victim and you're in it,
Correct.
there's not a fee.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Yes.
I heard you use the term auxiliary.
Yes.
Do we have auxiliary officers?
We do. We have 8. Most of them are up in municipal court. They're former officers of ours that started out in the police department, has moved to probation. So they attend our state mandated training, those 24 hours that I talked about. They need to complete those to keep their certificate. They also come to our CLIA accreditation training. So they come probably 4, 5, 6 times a year in that to our trainings. And then we require them to do at least 2 events in that. So parades, details, something like that. They don't go out and they can, if they want to go out and work the street, but mostly it's for auxiliary status for working events. So we use them for Halloween parade, bigger events.
Okay, so they're full-time, part-time?
They're just auxiliary, non-paid in that. We provide them a uniform, a gun. They get a radio from the department, but it's all free when they're here. So.
Okay. I got one more question for
Yes.
you. Dispatch office, those are all full-time in dispatch?
All full-time.
Have you ever considered a part-time in the dispatch office?
We have. We've never had it, but we're looking at all different possibilities with dispatch. That position, the one that's been open, not just a position, but one dispatch position has been open for 3.5 years now. It's been a revolving door, and it's nothing but they think it's a secretary's job coming into it. So we try and put the people in the right place to succeed, but if you're coming in looking for a secretary's job, it's not that. It's a dispatcher job, and it's high stress at times, and you have to multitask, and you got to multitask efficiently and effectively, or you're not going to survive up in that
Now,
room.
is there one person at a time or 2 people?
Two at all
There's 2
times.
people, 24 hours a day?
Yes. And then sometimes there's 3, depends on their shift schedule and that. And then if there's a big event that's happening in the city, we bring in extra people, depends on what that is for major storm or something like that.
I just wonder, because you could tap maybe the retired people. You don't have to have somebody 20, 30 years old, maybe somebody in retirement that would.
No,
have you
that's
ever thought
high
about
stress.
Tapping that?
That's
Yeah.
way high stress.
High stress, liability. They're also answering 911 phone calls, so there is a lot of training. Our officers have to be certified to go up and sit. I mean, as a sergeant, when I was a sergeant, I would go up and help them, assist them, but I would not want to do their job. They're a special group of people, and they get overlooked quite a bit, but they have to be well-trained, and it's not for you could make part-time work, but they have to be continuous part-time and retired. There's so many changes, so many rules and qualifications they have to maintain.
I'm just
It's
asking questions.
Oh yeah, nope, not a problem. It's just it's one thing to try and put them in there, but it's another thing to actually have them in there.
Well, see, I have a retail background, so
Yep.
we always had a percentage of full-time to part-time.
Sure.
And then when somebody called in, you called your part-timer in, and then you didn't pay overtime.
Sure.
So
Yep. No, it makes sense on that end.
We've probably had 6 different people try at least in the last year.
Yeah, more than that.
that
We're probably
leave.
almost double digits
And
by
I
now.
think that we have changed to, that if somebody doesn't stay for a certain period of time, they're reimbursing us for some of the investment that we make in them up front. But it is a really high stress. You have multiple screens, you're dispatching, tracking, you're, calming people, trying to figure out what they're saying, so hopefully you guys all, go schedule time to go sit in there. But yeah, it's a very unique position and a unique skill set, and so it's a pretty challenging job.
And that's for the whole county or just the city?
Just the city. Yep.
And if I may, we do have departments that actually use that model that you described about part-time to offset and backfill, but this technical aspects of that job just it's not feasible.
Very good. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
All right, Fire Chief Josh Eberly. Oh, Hendren, we didn't make you say anything.
I didn't know Chief Matthias was going to surprise you with handouts. I didn't.
We all got confused and handed everybody a piece of everything, so it didn't work.
He always does a great job, and I hate following him sometimes. My name is Josh Eberly. I've been honored to be your fire chief for the last 10 years. I've been with the department for our new council members. I've been with the department for 25 years. I started in early 2000. I'll give you a general overview of the fire department and go through some of our operations, and then kind of work through some achievements in 2025, and then we'll get to the 2026 proposed budget. So our fire department includes 65 sworn personnel. 61 of those personnel are dedicated to what we call fire suppression. That means they're actually out in the fire trucks responding to emergencies. Two of our personnel are dedicated to fire prevention, and 2 are in fire administration. That's myself and Assistant Chief Brian Sanders. We have 1 civilian employee. She's our department administrative assistant. She's not counted in the 65 personnel, but she's integral to all of our operations. Her name's Beth Baker. Does a great job. So fire department operations, just to give you a super high level overview, the personnel that are dedicated to fire suppression work what we call a 24-48 schedule. That means they're on duty at work for 24 hours, and then they're off duty for 48 hours. So we have 3 shifts, so they work 1 day on and they have 2 days off. That's the most common schedule nationwide for career fire departments. We operate out of 4 fire stations strategically placed around the city, and that helps keep our response time to an average of just over 4 minutes, which is quite a bit better than the NFPA standard of 5 minutes. We respond to all types of emergencies. That includes fires, EMS calls, car accidents, rescues such as vehicle extrication, water rescues, elevator entrapments, hazmat and hazardous condition calls such as natural gas leaks or liquid fuel leaks, open burning complaints, good intent calls such as odor investigations, and we respond to fire alarms. Calls for this year, we anticipate ending 2025 at about 2,800 to 2,850 calls. That's an increase of about 4.3% over last year and a 19% increase from 2020. And we anticipate that's been continually going up. We anticipate that kind of continuing up on that same trajectory. Our crews also perform non-emergency duties. One that I'm especially proud of is our smoke alarm installation program. That's where our on-duty fire crews will go out to residents' homes and install smoke alarms. They also do a fire safety survey while they're there. So this year alone, we've installed 264 smoke alarms in 114 different homes. Since we started the program in October of 2022, we've installed 753 smoke alarms in 302 homes. So super proud of that. It really goes to the core of what fire departments exist for, because having just one working smoke alarm in your home reduces your chances of being hurt or killed in a house fire by more than 50%. So we've made 302 homes across the city of Findlay extremely safer, and it's just a really cool program. That's actually a partnership with the local Red Cross, so it's really working out well. Our fire prevention personnel focus on fire investigation, plans review and really spreading the word on all things fire prevention. They do a lot of public speaking engagements, meet with a lot of individual groups. They do fire extinguisher training, and they're busy. So this year we've completed fire plans review on 71 different commercial projects. And through that plans review process, we provide input to the City Planning Commission as well as Wood County Building Department on things that directly affect us here in the city of Findlay. Fire prevention has spoken to over 6,150 people about fire prevention this year, and that includes 1,355 who have completed fire extinguisher training. So our achievements throughout this year, we hired 3 new firefighters to replace retirements. 2 of them started in 2025. One has a start date of early January 2026. We sent new firefighters to the Ohio Fire Academy for basic fire and EMS training. That's a total of 16 weeks, that training block. 2 of our captains completed the fire inspection certification course. All of our firefighters went through an intensive 4-day firefighter safety and survival course, which we were able to provide through an AFG grant, which reimbursed us for the cost, the 90% of the cost of that course. Something that I'm also very proud of, through our union negotiations, one of the new provisions in the union contract is cancer screenings. And firefighters are at a lot higher risk of developing cancer than the regular public. So one of the things that we've tried to do as part of our cancer prevention program was implemented this year. So it's cancer screenings, and we bring in a diagnostic company. And it's really cool that the union recognized this as a concern. City administration recognized this as a concern, and they worked together through that negotiation process to get that done. So just to talk about that for a second, 25 of our active fire personnel, completed cancer screenings. 12 of their spouses did. 20 retired fire department personnel, which the union paid for, and then 23 non-union city employees also took advantage of that. So it's a super cool program. The testing company was at our location for about a week, and really proud of that. Some of the station updates and maintenance things we've accomplished this year. We painted some administrative offices and replaced carpet that hadn't been done since 1997, so it was showing its age. We added an additional bunk room at Station 1. We continued asbestos abatement at Fire Station 3, replaced a crumbling sidewalk at Station 1, and we installed signage on the Strict Center training facility, and we built additional training props out there. From an equipment vehicle standpoint, we purchased an SCBA, an equipment decontamination unit. That was provided, 75% of that was paid for through a BWC grant. That unit alone was $36,000, so 75% of that was taken care of for us. We purchased gas masks, helmets, and push-to-talk systems for our tactical EMS team. Tactical EMS team is a team of fire department personnel that work with our Findlay Police Department, and they provide medical services to the emergency response team when they do things like serve high-risk warrants and drug raids and that kind of thing. So we were able to equip them with new equipment. We had a number of things late in the year that were related to vehicle apparatus maintenance. They weren't anticipated costs, but they were necessary, and we were able to take care of them out of our existing budget. So that budget process worked really well. I'll give you an example. We had a 2018 fire engine. We had some issues with the engine, the motor itself. We took it in, and we were told that it needed an entire new motor to the tune of just under $60,000. So that was unanticipated. That's one of those line items that is really tough to kind of accurately predict sometimes, because we didn't know that was coming, and it came in the fourth quarter of the year. But we were able to get that done. We're expecting that back next week. Through capital improvements, we replaced a 2004 pickup truck, and we also purchased tools and equipment in anticipation of the new fire engine that the mayor had mentioned. We've got our final inspection on that fire engine scheduled for January 21st. So we'll get that in service in the first quarter of next year. 2026 goals is that new fire engine is engine 3. We want to get that placed in service right about March 1st. We want to construct a shelter house rehab area out at the Strict Center training facility. And we also want to hire new firefighters in advance of retirements. So just like Chief Matthias was talking about with training time for police officers, firefighters are the same way. It's a little bit less, but we have about 3 months of training that they need to get before we can, quote unquote, put them on the line where they can actually respond for us. So if we know retirements in advance, we can try to hire those people ahead of time and get them that training. So our budget reflects that. The 2026 budget, we tried very hard to keep that budget flat from 2025. Overall, it's almost exactly flat from our original budget of 2025. It's a very slight 0.3% increase from our original 2025 budget. There's no surprises in our budget. Budgeted to maintain our staffing. We did budget for up to 3 retirements, so we did budget for a little bit of an overlap to bring new employees on. If you're looking through the line items, you'll notice a large drop in the overtime budget from 2025 to 2026. That's due to, we had to increase that overtime line item in 2025 to provide for that firefighter safety and training course. And ultimately, that 90% of that was reimbursed to us through the federal government, through AFG program. Other larger line items throughout the budget from the operational side, they can fluctuate year to year, things like repair and maintenance of vehicles, fuel consumption, just in case if there's a spike in diesel or something like that, and small equipment. Those are the ones that, we do our best to anticipate needs, but we can also move those around a little bit to cover shortfalls in other line items. Just like replacing that motor, we were able to pull, every nickel and dime from some other line items to get that done without having to come back to council and ask for more money. One of the things we also do is we aggressively pursue grant funding when it makes sense for us. So we really try to be good stewards of our tax dollars. And the most obvious example for us is the Assistance to Firefighters Grant Program. That's the AFG program that's operated by FEMA. It's a competitive grant program, so you're not guaranteed. But since 2016, we've received $767,000 in federal funds for fire department operations, training, and equipment just through this one grant program. And the cost to us here locally was 10% of that, was $76,700. So through that, we were able to purchase things like vehicle exhaust removal systems in 2 of our stations. We were able to replace all of our portable radios. So there's 75 radios that we replaced. We purchased an SCBA fill station compressor. We purchased a whole bunch of fire hose, and we were able to provide some valuable training for our whole department. So I intend to keep continually aggressively pursuing those. We've also pursued grant funding from other sources. For instance, the Public Utilities Commission. We've got some great hazmat training through their grant program, some from the Community Foundation, Firehouse Subs Foundation, and BWC. So the rest of those grants in the past few years, we've been able to receive over $132,000 from those programs, and that was at a cost to us locally of just over $14,000. So it's really a good way, if you can identify a need and it's a valid need, it's a good way to pursue those. I think that's all I have.
Questions for Chief?
Chief, congratulations on the cancer screening. And I'm going to take this back to when Mark Ryan came to Findlay, I think at the request of the firefighters union, and for the new council, for most of the new council members, Mark Ryan is a Columbus firefighter who has cancer and started publicizing his plight to the rank and file across Ohio, maybe maybe even farther to kind of bring firefighter cancer to the forefront and started discussing it. And I know at that time, I think many council members were there and the administration. And I think, to me, I sensed a change in attitude towards that with the fire department. And I think it's important as we transition such a new, to so many new council members that they understand the kind of the history of that. And it's more than just the cancer screening. It was the exhaust systems, the extra turnout gear, washing machines, for lack of a better term, et cetera. That there's been, this has been a decade of effort, if you'd want to speak any more to that.
Yeah, it's more than that. It's a culture change within the fire service, and Rod Phillips can attest to this more than anybody. It used to be viewed as a badge of honor when your gear was dirty and your face was completely black and you were breathing the smoke and stuff like that. And really, when the change, the culture changed slower than what our houses were built out of. That was the change. When all of our furnishings started to become made out of petroleum products and plastics and all that stuff, back in the 40s and before, if there's houses like that are built, we call those legacy fires. And everything used to be made of natural materials, and the smoke was less hazardous, to put it bluntly. Now, the amount of heat that things give off, the amount of BTUs that these things put out, the fires grow faster. It's just much more dangerous, and the amount of danger has just exponentially gone up with the off-gassing and the smoke. It's crazy. Unfortunately, culture changes slowly, so the culture in the fire service didn't change as fast as material science did. So it took decades of firefighters' cancer rates just skyrocketing to come to that realization. So you're exactly right. Columbus firefighter Mark Ryan, he's a young firefighter, was diagnosed with cancer, went out on disability ultimately and started spreading that message. And we hosted him here and invited everybody we could, including city council. We included firefighters' spouses, county, every volunteer fire department in the county was represented there. And his message really hit home for a lot of people. And that's when we started realizing, like, oh, washing your turnout gear is a good thing rather than waiting until it's as dirty as possible. So super proud of that. We weren't immune to that. We had a significant number of people that were being diagnosed with cancer. Fortunately, most of it was treatable. Some of it was not. It's where we're at now. It's hard to even imagine going back, 10 years, I'll say. The culture has completely changed. Yeah. So thank you for bringing that up. Yeah.
I would just add one additional thing that the chief mentioned, but that we did offer it to all City of Findlay employees and family members. And there was a fee associated with it, but a discounted rate that we had negotiated. And again, just trying to do that preventative, catch things early, get people treated as much as possible. Additionally, today we're focusing on the 2026 budgets. You're getting a little bit of a snippet of 2025. So we're not going to dig in and share all the accolades, because we could be here all week, all month, talking about what the team does every day. But I just want to give Chief a quick shout out, and both Chief Matthias, I know a couple of you have heard, we had the Ohio Department of Public Safety Director Andy Wilson here a month and a half ago, maybe 2 months ago now, to tour the Strick Center and talk to us, and everything he would bring up. So first of all, he was like, I want to use this model across the state. And we literally sent him the documents. And then you saw probably a week or two ago the announcement of the Youngstown State East Palestine collaboration. They're literally using the Findlay Strick Center as the model for what they're going to be building up there. And then when he was talking about all the things like for providing support to our first responders, working collaboratively, doing the trainings, literally every time he would say something, we're like, oh yeah, we're doing that. He's like, get out of here. He's like, you guys just have no clue how far ahead of every other community you guys are in how you work as a team. And you know, Sheriff Cortez was there, Ohio State, the Highway Patrol Commander, and District Commander were both there, and it really just showed that, you know, the way we do things of working together and thinking forward and investing in our people has really paid dividends and is going to continue to pay dividends, and not just in the, you know, it's the right thing to do and it's going to serve our community well, but I think it also really set Findlay in his mind as the example of when we're wanting to do trainings, how do we pilot it in Findlay? How do we support their efforts? Because it's really how things should be working. So I just wanted to give Chief and other chiefs, you know, got out of here as fast as possible, and Service Safety Director Martin, but also to the outgoing council members, because many of you were instrumental in that conversation from the start. And, you know, it took 3 years to 5 years to get that done. And I look forward to working on similar projects that benefit the community, but it takes many years to get something to that point. So I just wanted to take that as a quick opportunity.
I have 2 questions.
Yes.
Just in relation to Chief Matthias. Number 1 was when he talked about filling positions, because you talked about retirements coming up. He talked about lateral moves and how that cuts down on some of the cost. Does the fire department offer the same to help with that cost or not?
We don't at this time. We've considered it. Some fire departments are doing that. We haven't seen the need yet because we're still getting a lot of applicants. What we do offer is if they have certain certifications and training, we offer them percentage bonus points on their initial entry test. Just like, you know, it's Ohio Revised Code, maybe even nationwide, I'm not sure. But if you're a military veteran and come into civil service, you get an extra 20% on your entrance test. If somebody comes in with their Firefighter 2 certification, we offer them 10%. So it is a way to attract people without the lateral bid process.
And then the second one, when, again, just sorry, as your 2 departments serve a purpose that's very similar in overall scope. So we talked about some of the counseling and services offered to the police department. Is that something that's also offered to the fire department? Because I just didn't hear it.
Yeah, it is. We take that extremely seriously. We've got, I think, 6 people on our fire department right now that are certified peer supporters. And that's what we found internally. That's what we found has worked the best, is internal peer support rather than official, like critical incident stress debriefing processes. For our department, that seems to have worked well. But the collaboration is real that the mayor talked about. For instance, there was a critical EMS call last night, and this morning right away, Chief Matthias was texting myself and Hanco EMS Chief Ken Applehans saying, hey, let's get on the same page with this call, because all of our personnel were affected, because there were police officers there was a Hanco crew there, and there was a fire department crew there. So we were trading some messages back and forth all day about what we can do to support them. Yeah.
If I can just add a little, Mike, is it on?
Yeah.
Just to add that to that, we have different layers of this from the EAP through the Human Resources Department. It's a contracted service that we outsource, that's always available for all employees. To his point, we use CISM, peer support. We bring in the hospital staff if the actual patient's to that point. So FRC has been in here when we've had some of these bad incidents over the last year. We give them a room and they just hang out, and they even caught me. I was coming through the police department one night just to say hi and thank you for them to be there. Next thing you know, I looked and they grabbed me, and I didn't realize I was there for 35 minutes just talking. So very good resources that we have. And again, that goes back to almost like the hazards that we were talking about, the emotional hazard and the culture change that we're talking about things and getting it out there and understanding that everyone handles these situations differently, but the resources are there for the individuals.
Mayor, I had a question. For me personally, I would love to come and visit all the different facilities. Now, there's a lot of us. Do we go through you? Because if we just go with all all
Yes.
of us,
So we'll
we're going to interrupt their
Yeah,
business. I don't
we'll
want to
be
do that.
contacting you guys
Okay.
to set those up. So
All right,
a
thank you.
couple of them will be grouped, like, hey, this is the time that court is available.
Perfect.
Please try to come during that time. We will do some of those other connections just to make sure you guys aren't interrupting workflow. But yeah, we'll follow up after the new year. Ronnie.
Chief, if you could you talk about what will happen to the old engine 3 and the typical replacement process that goes on? And real quick, back to the counseling. I told somebody the other day that if you get in this business, in 2 years, you will have some form of PTSD. Not might have, will have. So good on you for all your programs.
Yeah, it's working well. And to that point, real quick, it's so much is dependent on the individual person. Some are comfortable speaking in front of a group. Some people need some one-on-one counseling. So having the things in place that the safety service director talked about, having those different layers, you need those because it's not a one-size-fits-all solution. So you have to have multiple options for different people. So fire trucks are expensive, and they're getting more expensive. So what we try to do is, if we have a fire engine, we try to get 20 years, a minimum of 20 years of frontline service out of that vehicle before we look at replacing it. And then when we do get a replacement, we take that frontline vehicle and we put it in reserve status for at least 5 years. And usually it's longer than that. Right now we've got, and we keep multiple fire trucks in reserve. We've had 2 frontline trucks out of service here recently, one for the motor that I described earlier and one for another issue. So we've had our reserve engines serving as frontline apparatus for the last 2 months probably. So one is a 1997 fire engine, one's a 2003 model year fire engine. So we really get our money's worth out of these. And we realize that buying fire trucks every year and having everything within the past 5 years is not feasible. So we've done a good job of spreading them out. It's strange because I still, in my mind, a 2015 is a new truck, but it's in our 10-year capital plan. It's replacement in 2035 now. So, and we're always looking at ways to stretch those dollars as much as possible. Yeah.
Can you use your microphone, please?
Where will the new one be stationed?
Yeah, the new one's scheduled to go to Station 3. That's the fire station on Tiffin Avenue, right there by the park.
Okay.
And that's for a reason too, because it's a different type of truck. It's called a Quint. So we consider it a fire engine, but it's got an aerial device on top of it. So it's good to have it in the center of town. Yeah.
Cool.
Chief, can you talk about the Strict Center and any budgetary effects that it has had, positive or negative, and also effects on training?
Effects on training have been night and day, just because we've been able to do so many scenario-based training just easier and more consistently. So, it's just improved the quality of our training and the consistency of our training internally. From a budget standpoint, we haven't seen much of an impact. I was afraid that utility costs would be extremely high, and we just really haven't seen that. So it's been a minimal impact on things like our gas bill and our electric bill, but we haven't seen any significant cost in that. I do think over time, through partnerships, we'll be able to recoup all those costs from a cash standpoint, from like having open enrollment classes and stuff like that. But you know as well as anybody that the point of that training facility wasn't to generate revenue. And year to date, 2025, we've hosted, and like we're using it all the time. Our department uses it all the time. Findlay Police Department uses it all the time. But excluding our 2 departments, we've had 32 different agencies in there, I think, this year, and well over 300 people from outside agencies that have gone through there and had meetings there or training there and stuff like that. So it's been a real game changer, and I expect more opportunities to kind of come forward, as we use it more.
Do you know off the top of your head, have all the Hancock County-based volunteer departments taken advantage of it?
Not all of them. There's probably maybe a couple that haven't been there yet. But that's been their choice. It hasn't been any, there hasn't been any calendar conflicts or anything that have kept them away from that. So I think it's just a matter of time. And, it's easier if 2 or 3 of those agencies get together and come in and do something that kind of maybe reduces the burden of coming up with an effective training class and that kind of stuff on your own. So that'll happen. Yeah.
Very good. Thank you, Chief.
All right. I could talk about this stuff all day. So just
I
like
know.
anybody
You're
else,
getting
you
them
guys
up.
can give me a call. Like, it'll be cool. All right. Have a good night.
All right, Public Works, Dave Hans.
Good evening, I'm Dave Hantz. I am the Public Works Superintendent, and under that umbrella, I oversee 66 employees and the day-to-day operations. These departments consist of 3 employees with the cemetery, 12 employees in the Parks Department, 22 employees in the streets, 3 employees in traffic, and 13 employees in each sewer and water departments. I could not do that without the assistance of the following dedicated supervisors that I have underneath me. AJ Kopis, Josh Jansen, Jake Kelly of Streets and Traffic, Jeff Betts, Michael Knight of Water Distribution, Mike Stillberger, Dan Gonzalez, Dana Kramer of Sewer Maintenance. Now you'll have to excuse me a little bit. I'm going to brag on my guys because they're the ones that do this. In 2025, we were able to execute a plan that consists of a joint labor pool between these departments to streamline efficiency and workflow. With that collaboration, we were able to set some new records, and they were accomplished. The crews were able to replace and install 3,000 feet of water line, 1,200 feet of storm sewer, pave 13 streets, lay 8,506 ton of asphalt, which in return equaled 7.5 miles of roadway that was repaved or repaired. When this joint effort started, we still had to guarantee that day-to-day operations did not suffer and no efficiencies were lost. For instance, the Parks Department utilized the Hancock County Park District grant of $15,000 by extending the stage at the band shell at Riverside Park. The Riverside Pickleball Court was sealed and restriped. We planted 90 trees throughout the city, as well as in our parks and cemetery, and we also painted the main part of the pool. The Water Department responded to 113 main breaks. They flushed and maintained 2,651 hydrants. Of them, 854 were painted. 4,500 water valves need to be turned on a 5-year cycle. Of those, 1,250 were operated and turned. 3,570 backflows need to be verified on a 5-year cycle. 1,033 were verified, and 66 city-owned backflows were tested. These totals are required by the EPA. In the Sewer Maintenance Department, there are a total of 307 miles of sanitary sewers throughout the city. The department was able to clean and jet 31 miles of them, and they were able to camera 17 miles of them, as well as clean and jet 4.5 miles of storm sewers. From the cameras, the crews were able to identify and repair 58 issues and repair 80 catch basins. The street department, on top of what they accomplished with the paving, was able to pave 36 alleys, which is 2 miles of the 45 miles we have. Also, we replaced 1,769 feet of sidewalk, replaced 498 feet of curb, and finally, for the first time, we was able to repave the Blanchard Street bridge deck. The traffic department, they responded to 277 calls for service, upgraded 2 intersections, and replaced 4. They maintained and monitored our 16 tornado sirens, so they were running effectively. They tested and certified 118 conflict monitors, performed 100 overhead and ground traffic signal inspections. Some of our 2026 highlights in our budget. You're going to see an increase in salt quantity from 1,500 ton, which we contracted in 2025, to 3,500 ton in 26. On average, we use between 4 and 5,000 ton of salt in a typical winter. With this labor pool, we were able to move employees to different departments due to retirements, but we still had to hire one additional employee in the street department and one additional in sewer maintenance. Some of our 2026 goals, we were awarded the $20,000 from the Hancock County Park District grant. That will be used to replace the seating area and stamped and colored concrete, and install a handicap ramp to gain access to the stage at the band shell. We plan to repave Kitty Corral parking lot, as well as add a basketball court on the south end of that down there. We plan to pave Bernard basketball court, as well as Firestein parking lot. The goal for the street department is to continue paving alleys and resurface around 15 streets. We will continue to collaborate with engineering on street projects. Traffic department will continue signal upgrades and replacements. Cemetery department will continue foundation and road repairs. We will implement a plan for the operations of the boathouse and boat rentals that will be starting in the spring of 2026 at Riverside Park, and we will continue to improve this labor pool we got going on with efficiencies. Sewer maintenance goal is to expand our output and capabilities of our camera crew to identify combined sewers and maintenance and prevention of our system. Continue collaborating with engineering to give them vital information to design large sewer projects. Also, we will continue to meet and exceed the EPA standards. Water distribution goals are to continue with small water line replacements, do a leak survey throughout the city, upgrade the GIS mapping system, continue backflow training, and we will also meet and exceed EPA requirements. It is vital that you guys understand that these 2025 and 2026 accomplishments and goals could not have been obtained without these vital employees that we have. Their dedication and hard work go to show the kind of employees the city of Findlay has. Thank you. Any questions? Yes, sir.
I know that alleys are only in a certain part of our neighborhoods and throughout the city.
Correct.
Enlighten me a little bit. How many do you care for a year? How much time does that take out of your department?
It goes, we try to work it in sections or off of complaint based. So out of the 45, we've been paving. We used to tar and chip it, and that wasn't feasible because it would just go bad over the winter. So we switched to putting about 1 inch to 1.25 inches of asphalt on it, and we'll just keep breaking away each year at that 45 miles. I want to say last year we did about 2 3/4 miles. So it's hard to say on the distance of miles, but that's what we kind of aim for every year, and it goes off a complaint basis.
One thing I'll add on that, and then I want Rob to kind of just give an overview of I keep calling it the strike force structure. But the other thing that you guys will come to know is the Ohio Revised Code has a provision around force accounts, which restricts the amount of work that our teams can do without bidding out projects. And so sometimes you'll see projects done, and maybe it's, it seems like a really small amount. Well, why did they just stop there and then the next year they come back and do the other section? That's because if we didn't break it up like that, we would have to bid it out and then pay a lot more to get that project done. So we actually 2 or 3 years ago got the state to add a little bit of an inflationary measure into that, which has given us more leeway. But we also have been in contact, and I've asked Ty Matthews to look at increasing it even more, so that it makes more sense to give communities like Findlay that have a team of people that could do more work within our community to be able to get projects done with more reasonable thresholds. Obviously, we understand like getting projects out and having local contractors do them, but if we're already paying for the people and we have the ability to complete it, it's a wise use of taxpayer dollars for us to be able to get that work done. So I just want to point that out, that sometimes when you go, well, why are you doing so little in that area, or why are you doing that, that has a really big role to play in it.
Did this particular department, did we add employees in the last 2 years? There was a big change.
we do a lot of maneuvering around every year. So we might take a street guy this year where I have 21 and then go where I have 10 at the parks. Next year I might flip-flop them and do a lot of maneuvering around. But we've not added a lot of employees now.
So about 2 years ago or so, Dave came to me, and looking ahead, he had a significant amount of tenured individuals that were going to retire. And it was like, we're gonna have a big problem because we're losing a lot of experience, a lot of dedication, 25+ year employees. And with that comes experience and dedication. So we kind of noodled around how do we bridge that gap? How do we create efficiencies within our systems? Because we have different departments that they might have a specific function, but they do similar things. They're working with backhoes, they're digging holes, they're putting pipe in the ground, they're doing a lot of similar jobs under different departments. I come from a healthcare background, and the float pool concept is it's not unique. It might have been unique to this area, but what we did is created a model where the public works superintendent actually is overseeing the labor pools. He already had cemetery, he already had parks, he already had streets and traffic, but water distribution and sewer maintenance do very similar functions than what these other individuals do. So we're able to move people to specific jobs and tasks during it can change day to day, week to week, et cetera. And we're cross-training, which actually enhances the workforce. It gives them more job enrichment. It creates more value, and it creates economies of scale when you are able to use those individuals in different capacities. And we tried it this year in 2025, and we had some retirements that we experienced. And now Dave's actually, I think, distributed the guys in this budget where he feels best position us as a city to continue to exceed expectations in jobs that we're getting done with the amount of people that we have. If that makes sense.
I understand what you're saying, but I'm trying. So I was trying to reconcile it across the departments, and where there's a jump of 260,000 in salary over the 2 years in one, there's a jump in 35 in the next, -13, and I'm looking at the numbers. It doesn't quite. We still have a big jump. So I was wondering, do we add people?
No,
Physical,
we did
or we
not.
just how do we change it that it met
So
that much
if-
of a jump?
If we had, I call them higher paid people, and then we move somebody that's lower paid into that position, so you're gonna get your negatives.
Well,
No.
through retirements?
Yeah, through
So you had a
retirements.
30+ year individual at that salary that retires, and then you hire in a new individual at a much less wage. It might be a single individual without family benefits, so a lot of those little variables actually build up and eliminate some of that cost.
And I think that on an increase, is there a specific line that you saw the increase on? Because we did move some people where they may have been in one budget and now they're represented in the other.
I was just going through each of the public works one. So all the public works salaries, so every single department that you guys have listed there for public works and what the salaries are versus where they were 2 years ago.
We lost, I wanna say 6 pretty high paid people. And then in return, I don't think our budget went up that much. Are you seeing something different than I am?
I'm looking at the difference in salaries in those departments. So that's about a $270, more than that, $1,000 difference between 2 years ago and now.
Between 2 years and now, we
Yeah.
did do some promotions
Okay.
for different individuals, and then last year we did the pay raise across all city employees.
Perfect.
And so that is probably the largest amount, because we did a study, and just for the new council's edification, so you're gonna see, if you go back to 2024 to compared to 2025 compensation, you're gonna see a big increase, about $4 million across the general fund organizations. And that really came from a couple of things. When we were going through the union negotiation process, we did a full study looking at how our salaries compared to surrounding communities, as well as comparable communities on a position by position standpoint. And we found that we were on average $2 per hour lower than a lot of our peer communities. And so we brought forward the proposal, again, going to that we are a service organization, and if we don't have people filling these positions, we're not going to be able to continue to function, and we need to be competitive. And so we did make a compensation change across the board within the organization. So you saw some people where we were just, it was the straight wage increase, and others where there was some promotional changes where we said we're changing the departmental structure, and some folks were brought up to different pay scales so that they were consistent across in their peer organizations. Yep.
Dave, I wanted to thank you for making Public Works one of the best assets that the city has, for sure. And I think it's of note that your ask for 2026 is actually $500,000 less than actual used in '24.
That's what I was, yeah, that's what I
And
was.
it's
I was confused. I'm
$300,000
sorry.
less
Yeah.
than '25.
Yeah.
And signals, the way I'm looking at the paperwork, is $100,000 less than used. So
Yeah.
good for you, sir.
That's, I apologize. I was not following what you were saying. So.
The other thing I would add to that you'll see, and we talked a little bit about it in kind of the education session, one of the things we've been working on the last couple of years is also fleet management. And by having all of these departments that are kind of making repairs, typically working together, we're able to also use our equipment more effectively. So, because one of the things that we always say is equipment doesn't make money for us unless it's in the field, and really it's not making money, but it's not providing benefit to us. So we don't want to have 3 backhoes around the city and on average each of them being used, 1 day a week, right? Then we can have 1 backhoe and coordinate work so that it's being used more often. And so that's one of the things that we've been working on our equipment replacement schedule, is you'll see some of those equipment not needing as regular replacement, because if something is going obsolete, we may not be replacing it because those teams are working together to utilize both the personnel and equipment more effectively. And you guys will learn, seems like Rodney already knows, if you guys, I'm sure, send any complaints, Public Works and all these folks, but Dave Hans, I know he gets really embarrassed when I say that, but he is the Swiss Army knife of the city of Findlay. And he calls, you call with anything, and he's like, yeah, we'll get it done, and that is not, I know he does it extra special for me, but I know that he does it really for everybody, because he and his team take such great pride in the city of Findlay and us having good roads and good infrastructure and well-maintained community, and that has a lot to do with Dave and these other folks that are sitting behind me, probably giving me the stink eye. But we're really fortunate to have a great team. That I can't say that enough. Whether it's all of the supervisors that are getting up and talking to you tonight, or the 370 other people that work every day in this community. So, other questions? Yeah, Grant?
Mayor, in 22 days, I give you permission to use my phrase. Dave Hans is where problems go to die.
Perfect.
Okay.
All right. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dave.
Nice working with
guys.
all you.
Appreciate everybody being here. All right. Next up, rec functions. Lisa Mansfield. I think it's working on the live stream, but not in here anymore. It's not working at all. Well, good thing I'm loud.
No, I texted somebody and asked them. Good evening, everybody. I am Lisa Mansfield, the Recreation Manager for the City of Findlay. I've had the privilege of working for the city going on 27 years, with the last 10 being in the Recreation Department. So our department directly supports the city's strategic plan by fostering the active community, by maintaining high-quality recreation spaces for our residents and our visitors. Through the Recreation Department, directly we oversee the maintenance and the operations of the Flag City Sports Complex. For those of you who may not be aware, that includes the Cube Ice Arena, the Marathon Diamonds, the Roethlisberger Football Field, and the Blanchard Valley Health System's Miracle Park. For those facilities, what you see, we actually coordinate with 21 youth and adult sports organizations to handle all of the scheduling for conflicts for the use of all of those sports fields that we have throughout all of the city. In addition to that, we also take care of all of the shelter house reservations and coordinate with our Parks Department for making sure that those are all prepped and ready when folks come in to use those throughout the different times of the year. As we maintain the sports complex, the scheduling that we take care of throughout the city, we actually have 22 ball fields, 12 pickleball courts, 5 volleyball courts, 30 soccer fields, and then the 24 shelter houses. In addition to taking care of the scheduling for those pieces, we also do facilitate programming through our Keep Active and Keep Healthy to provide free activities to go on within our city parks to utilize those spaces. We maintain a Learn to Skate program at the ice rink, and then public skate sessions that are open for everybody to come in and take part in. All of that being said, we do that with 5 full-time staff members and 28 seasonal employees. So we are really busy and we wear a lot of different hats, but the staff does a fantastic job of switching it up when I'm asking them to do things at all different times. So I can't thank them enough for everything that they do. I really appreciate it. I know the administration appreciates it as well. As you look at our 25 highlights throughout the ice rink, we were able to upgrade our lighting to LED lights. Makes it a lot brighter in there, a little more energy efficient. We were able to partner with the Miracle League of Findlay, and we also received a grant to be able to install an all-inclusive fitness park at the Miracle Park. If you folks haven't had a chance to check that out yet, get out there. It's fantastic. And then the other major accomplishment was partnering with the Flag City Sluggers for their inaugural season, 22 home games this past year. Little learning curve for everybody with this being the first season, but we're really excited about it. We know they're going to be coming back for season 2. And a little plug, I hear they have a game at home on the 4th of July for our America 250. So that'll be pretty exciting for us. Looking at the budget itself, we did have some small increases in looking at it on the labor piece of it under personnel. You'll see an increase of around $34,000 there. What that is to help us account for the additional maintenance that we need to do on the facility. You know, we have these premier fields and we want to make sure that we're maintaining them at that highest level that we can. And as we do that, one of the things that you'll see under our professional services is we do have some increases there. That's going to be for some additional field treatments to help stimulate grass in some of the areas, things like that, to be able to make it look nicer, be able to withstand the heavy use that it's getting throughout the year. Some other things that you're going to see that we plan on doing in 26 is going to be the phase 2 of that lighting upgrade. We'll plan on getting the lobby areas and a lot of our entrances and things like that updated to that LED lighting as well. We're also going to be installing low E ceiling insulation in the ice rink. Right now, we run into problems in high humidity areas where we're getting a lot of moisture that actually is dripping off of the beams down onto the ice, causing trip hazard, things like that. So it's going to help us in that regard. It's also going to help with the heating and cooling of the rink, just making it more energy efficient there as well. We anticipate through one of our seasonal employees, who is actually an intern position, to add some additional recreation programming options. And then we already talked about trying to upgrade the quality of the ball fields as we go on. So, is there any questions?
I understand. In reference to the cube, you were just talking about some updates you were making there. I've had several concerns voiced to me about nowhere to change for female athletes. Is that in the plan at all? Is that anything?
Yes, we have it in our capital plan for next year to start doing an assessment of the facility for the locker room areas. We know that is a concern. When the facility was upgraded last, they put in a referees room, and it's doubled as a referees and women's, but when you have both, and we're seeing more women in the sport of hockey, in the high school level, in the adult league. We know that there's that need. Trying to figure out what that addition would look like to the building. Can we reconfigure? We have some space issues in the existing locker rooms that we have. So trying to figure out what that design looks like, and then we have that laid out in about 2 years in the capital plan. Then do the initial assessment so that we know exactly what that cost is going to be in the capital, and then do that upgrade at that time.
How about on that same question, ADA compliance? I've noticed there used to be an area for wheelchair viewing and wheelchair accessibility in the stands. I noticed that went away. Is there anything in the plan to?
There hasn't been anything out there since I've been there in the 10 years. We've talked about trying to figure out, we were in talks with the Blanchard Valley Center at one point because they had some grant funds that they were going to look into. And it's just something that hasn't come to fruition at this point.
Glad to hear the Sluggers are coming back for year 2. Glad to hear that we're learning, hopefully getting, and we'll be improving that experience because I loved it. Did you see a budgetary impact from hosting the Sluggers, either positive or negative?
It was minimal increase, just from the field usage, through their contract. It'll be, we've extended the same contract to them for the year 2. So just to continue to help as they grow and get their sponsors behind them. And then after that, then we'll revisit again and.
Were there
do
any
what we can.
specific changes to the infrastructure that the Sluggers, that organization made that we're considering, and budgetary impacts of those for 26?
That they made or that we made on behalf of their?
Well, I was thinking them, but it could be collectively that in your conversations that, the changes that you think would happen.
There was no updates that they created for it. The only thing that we had to do for year 1 was to update the seating capacity. The league that they're in has very specific guidelines. So that's something that we were able to get accomplished prior to their start. The only other thing that immediately that we want to do is some additions to the safety netting. And that wouldn't be just for them. That would be for overall use. We did have an incident where somebody got injured at one of the games, and the ball just came over the fence. It was a hot shot that came right over, and they were paying attention, but they weren't paying attention, and they took one right to the mouth. So it's, we know, if you're out there for it all, you hear heads up, heads up. So, we're looking at doing that, not just on that field, but within the Capitol, spreading it out over a 5-year period to be able to do all of the fields.
Lisa, I was enlightened by something yesterday about how successful the hotel industry has been largely due to sports tournaments.
Mm-hmm.
It was shocking. Good for you.
Yes, thank
Is
you.
there any way to expand that, or are you at max go?
The answer is we'll keep going as long as we have a place to fill.
Right.
And that's, if you look at, if we talk about the seasonal labor, that's one of the needs for that. Because as we do continue to host tournaments, we're at capacity for how many tournaments we can host, but how many fields we have, we keep getting the same tournaments coming back year after year. They're expanding the use of it. We actually have one gentleman that the tournaments that he runs uses every field that we have in Findlay, and he's still calling me saying, hey, I know you've got contacts in these smaller communities. Can you get me contact for X many more fields? So while we may not be hosting them directly, they're still staying here. They're still frequenting our restaurants and convenience stores and everything. So we still get to see that benefit as well.
Yeah, you've changed, or the situation from total business room rental to leisure destination room rental. Good for you.
And I can't take credit for that. That's just the overall how it's changed over the years. But we take pride in our facility, and we really like to put the sweat equity into it. So.
A couple of things, just so you guys are all aware, because they've been items that have been discussed over the years. One, we are always looking at how we can expand and relocate the different fields. So, for example, on the, I always mess up the names, but it's the Cooper fields, right?
Rawson and Cooper.
Yeah, the Rawson and Cooper. So near Cooper Fields on Broad there's actually an opportunity for expansion. And so we have some preliminary designs to be able to add a field there, and then those will be lit because we do have the lighting there. So that is potential. There is some capacity at the Cube property. Additionally, we have preliminary plans for someday in the future. This is nothing definitive, but opportunities for a pedestrian bridge across I-75. That was part of our initial proposal with 9975. And then that opens up the southwest corner of 99 and 75 for recreation development potentially. Obviously, there's some different housing developments looking to go there, hotel development. So continuing, though it may not be on Cube proper, opportunities to expand, because we are seeing recreation tourism as a growing thing, especially if you can provide all season opportunities. And Lisa, she says, oh, she can't take credit for it, but she definitely can take some credit for it in how she has ran that department and build it up. And then I also will give her credit for working with different key organizations in the community and really building relationships also during COVID when tournaments were leaving certain states. We were actually able to bring those, and they liked being here so much that they signed multi-year contracts. And she also has a great relationship with the Convention and Visitors Bureau to be able to work with the coaches to provide them not just great experience when they're on the city properties, but in the community as a whole, and trying to get them out and experiencing the community. So I really appreciate all of her efforts in doing that.
Anything else?
Awesome.
All
Thanks,
right,
Lisa.
I'm going to Dietz's.
Bring some back. Wait. Okay, never mind. What day is it? Is it Tuesday? It's Tuesday. Okay, perfect. I was gonna say this one's not open. All right, Brent with Computer Services.
Good evening. My name's Brent Schrader. I'm the Computer Services Manager. I've been the manager for the past 10 years. My team of 5 supports all of the technology needs for every city department. We help them work more efficiently to keep our city running smoothly. My team's a diligent, hardworking group, a lot of times tackling problems behind the scenes to keep things running uninterrupted. 2025 is another productive and important year for our department. We continued major infrastructure improvements. We strengthened our cybersecurity posture, and we work closely with multiple departments on technology upgrades. The past year, we began preparing our server environment for the next version of Microsoft's operating system. It's an upgrade to Server 2025. That'll help keep our virtual infrastructure secure, supported, and aligned with best practices in government IT. This will be a multi-year project. It'll officially begin in 2026, but it'll be ongoing for the next several years. We also continue to evaluate and update our network equipment. Our primary security hardware is in the process of being replaced. That started late this year, and that'll continue into the first half of 2026. Many of our core network switches are approaching end of life as well, so the process to replace those will be another major project, and that's going to be starting in 2026 as well. Investment in all this hardware will increase the reliability for all of our departments. It'll reduce our security risk for maintaining unsupported systems, and provide additional security features that we're able to implement throughout the city. Cybersecurity continues to be a key priority for us. We've expanded our multi-factor authentication rollout to additional departments, and we've begun preparing for further expansion across other city departments, with the goal of rolling that out rolling it out citywide in the near future. We've also began transitioning to a new VPN platform, which will strengthen security for our remote access. 2025, we completed a migration to Microsoft 365 from our on-premise email system. This provides a higher level of security for us, gives us better tools to maintain the system, and ongoing staff training along with this will make sure we utilize all the available features that come along with this software. Additionally, we've been working with city website provider, and we'll also be working with the staff in the mayor's office to complete an update to the city website. The goal here is to improve the usability and mobile friendliness, as well as a requirement by the ADA to enable features for handicap accessibility. So that will be something kicking off early next year. And finally, we're continuing to look for opportunities to consolidate services wherever possible. Doing this helps control long-term costs and reduce the administrative overhead without reducing the capability of our systems. The 2026 budget is primarily driven by modernization and security efforts, upgrading the security the server environment, and replacing our end-of-life network equipment. Deploying stronger security tools and improving remote access are, again, some of our main priorities. And again, the costs will be offset or somewhat offset through consolidation where possible and moving us to more predictable multi-year licensing. This has already saved us a fairly significant amount in previous years. While the upgrades and ongoing costs are significant, they are a necessity to maintain a secure and reliable technology for the city. Much of the work we're doing now is preventative in nature to make sure that we avoid outages, reduce security risks, and replace aging infrastructure before it becomes a problem. The investments will ensure we remain compliant with standards required by government entities and better equip us to respond to the ever-increasing security threats. We're confident that these initiatives will help us continue delivering stable and secure technology to all city employees and support the growing needs of the department and residents. That's all I got. Any questions? Yes.
How many employees are you looking at for 2026?
We currently have 5. I think Chief Mathias touched on it earlier, but we're trying to bring on a 6th employee that their primary task will be supporting the police department. So that'll be supporting their software, supporting their users, as well as the body cam stuff, redacting footage, things like that. So we're looking to increase that number to 6 in 2026.
Go ahead.
I'm just looking at the payroll, and it just looks way out of whack.
Right. So that's part of it. Another piece of that is we do have an employee retiring in 2026, so we did budget in a little bit of overlap for that employee. So we'll have a couple months of cross training there.
But from 458 to 641, that just seems like a
Yeah,
real
that's
big bump.
right. That's basically a full-time employee, 1.5 full-time employees with the replacement. So that's.
I can add a little to that. In 2025, the projection, the 458, actually this year, he had a budgeted individual that was in the 2025 original budget that was not working. So actually early on in the year, he was no longer an employee of the city, and so we had a gap there. So the projection's much lower than the actual original budget of 566, and then adding that 6th individual is where you see that jump in 2026.
But in 24, it was only 399 though.
Well, then you go back to the 2025 wage adjustment that we did, that we had the increase of wages to maintain competitiveness in the market. So there's multiple variables in there.
And we added an additional person in 2025. Mainly, we have a lot of these different systems with the body cam footage as well as then all of the conversions. And we have been understaffed in the computer services for the last couple of years, where I don't know how Brent and his team get done what we ask them to get done. So this is bringing it up more to kind of industry standard with having better support for the team. So the year-over-year change from budget is just the $75,000, which is very in line for adding an additional person and with that expertise And then, as Rob mentioned, the 2025 projection is much lower because we lost an employee early on that has not yet been replaced.
And that increase is half coming out of the police budget and half coming, so that's only a half of employee.
No. So the way our budget works is we charge each department based on their usage. So the police department, their computer services line item will have that entire employee's cost coming from their budget.
Yep, so for purposes of these, that's why it's kind of convoluted with it, is I wanted to be able to show, here's computer services, it's represented here, and then it will be redistributed. I think there are some figures in there right now representing, but for purposes of these slides, it was not shown in police budget.
Hello.
Hello.
First time flyer. I just want to make a comment, and that is, obviously, if we're going to be prudent and good stewards of our money, it's important that we check each line item. It's obvious, earlier we were talking about this one huge increase, but until it was brought into context of the union wages up and all that, it made no sense to me either. And I was like, I had a pitchfork ready. I was, but the fact is, it makes sense. And if I'm going to spend any extra money, I build my own gaming computers from a motherboard up. I'm going to pay IT to make sure we don't get shut down and that all of our data is covered, because I don't know if you've been paying attention, but it's as every day that goes by, we need to fight a better fight. And our data is privileged and it's important. And so I'm cool. That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, and I want to point out, we understand, again, we appreciate you guys going through line by line. When it rolls up to it, that's what we try to go over. And then, it's our responsibility throughout the year to manage and work and adjust. And, our key performance indicator is returning at least 5% of what is budgeted. This year, you'll see probably closer to 10% being returned. And as we did last year, as we get more clarity on some of these things, we can de-appropriate throughout the year. And I think the departments now have a cadence of being able to look and adjust, because there are certain bills that we get an estimate, but then we don't get the actual invoice, until halfway through the year. Once we have that, then we can make adjustments as well. So I appreciate your understanding in the very convoluted world we have to live in with managing the budget. Councilman Russell?
Brent, same website development software for next year, or is that going out to bid?
No, we're going to utilize the same company. It's basically they're updating the site, and the main driving force behind that was a requirement for the ADA compliance.
Does that also mean we'll start to see scannable PDFs for
That
things
is
like council
right.
minutes and
Yeah, that's part of
agendas?
the ADA compliance. We're not allowed to have PDFs on there that are just images anymore. They have to be they have to be searchable, I guess, and you need to be able to highlight the text in it.
Is that from a point going forward, or is there a requirement to go back and recreate?
I think we're planning to go back with the with money that we had budgeted. I think that that company, Granicus, I believe, goes through all of our existing PDFs and does, they convert them to text readable.
Wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's going to be a headache, but yes, the company Granicus is going to be doing that. So they will go through a process to bring us up to code and identify potential issues so that we have the ability to, if at all possible, bring them into compliance, and then it is go forward. And part of the update to the website is that it has a compliance checking feature. So anytime somebody uploads a document or an image or different things like that, it walks you through a check process and won't let you publish until the compliance is met.
Hey, Brent, are you guys looking at doing some AI incorporation? And I know there's some grants out there to look for or to work with employees to do some integrating to help with, administrative stuff or.
Yeah, so we are working on an AI policy, and part of the Microsoft 365 suite that we purchased does include AI, and I guess the primary concern is making sure that it's used in a proper way, and that our data isn't being used to, it isn't being put out on the internet or used to train other models or whatever. So that's part of the process. I know there was talk about training services for AI, and I believe we were looking at possible grants for that. I'm not 100% sure on that though.
Yeah, we are paying attention. We utilize the Tech Cred program through the state of Ohio and have been watching a couple of the options that they have released. So Amy and Brent and any other applicable departments have been offered that. Right now, looking at them, we didn't see any that gave a huge amount of value just based off of some of our team's expertise already, but we'll continue to keep an eye on those. Yeah, Dan?
How do you distribute costs to all the departments? Like by head count, or? You mentioned usage, but what is that?
Yeah, so I've got a spreadsheet that it basically breaks out costs based on the number of users they have, the number of computers, phones, printers, applications that they use, servers that they utilize, et cetera. And then that kind of combines everything to come up with an estimated percentage that each department will pay.
Okay.
Brent, I just wanted to congratulate you and your crew on the conversion. Just the email conversion alone was huge, and God knows getting Councilman Hellman up to speed so he could get to his email was enough to.
It was a challenge.
Is he up to speed?
Yeah, I don't know. Are you on yet, Dennis? I don't know. But seriously, that the couple times that I had to talk to your folks, their answers were spot on and took care of something in a heartbeat, which was amazing for that type of conversion. That, along with the door code, the door key cards, and things like that, was really well done.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Awesome. Thanks, Brent.
Thank you.
All right, zoning. Eric Atkins.
Short. So, good evening, council. We meet again. My name is Eric Atkins. I'm the zoning administrator and floodplain manager for the city of Findlay. My department plays a key role in keeping the Findlay community a place where people want to live, work, and raise a family. We do that by enforcement of the City of Findlay zoning ordinance and by our assigned police officer making sure that the neighborhoods are kept clean, safe, and well maintained. We also protect the integrity of the City of Findlay floodplain through enforcement of the flood reduction code. So 2025, some of the highlights I want to touch on. Speaking of the flood reduction code, we had recently just updated into the new ODNR model, which clears a long-standing community assessment visit from FEMA item off that list. We also had the completion of the phase 1 benching project in the swale completed this year, and we ensured that the Maumee Conservancy District submitted the letter of map revision to FEMA in a timely manner. They had a 6-month window to do so. So once that mapping gets through FEMA, about 1,068 parcels will come out of the floodplain. So that'll be a great benefit for the community that's affected. We also work closely with Planning and Zoning Committee over the last half of the year to update our zoning fee schedule. That'll take effect January 1st. We brought it in line with our services that we provide here in the city. Operational, we had opened 670 permits issued. We had closed 530. Those numbers are as of the end of November. Over the past year, we also completed about 1,100 zoning inspections on properties. Our assigned police officer, who's currently splitting time right now, was able to still keep up a pace with 550 neighborhood complaint inspections. Also, last year was touched upon with the 2025 budget that we wanted to give back 10% into the general fund. My department was able to put back about 53,000, which was about 14% back into the general fund. So on to the 2026 budget. Our increase that it is basically for a part-time employee that will add if their workload gets substantial. If not, they'll probably go back to the general fund. So that's always just a safe net, depending on how busy we are. Also, the remainder of our other pretty much stays flat. That includes the enforcement tools for our police officer that's in our zoning department to do property cleanups and tear downs. My staff is kind of small. We have 3 full-time employees. One is shared with the engineering department. That's our administrative assistant. And hopefully with the update of the zoning fee schedule, we'll be utilizing a lot less of the general fund because we should double the amount of intake for fees. So we'll be less reliant on the general fund hopefully next year. Looking ahead to 2026, we got a lot of flood mitigation projects going on. North Fork Bridge, the Creek Basin should start. Phase 2 benching. If any of those get done during next year, it's important that we're going to be the body that ensures that, once again, a letter of map revision gets completed within a 6-month period and submitted to FEMA for those projects, any of them that are finished. Another thing we'll be working on is during the year we got the approval from the Water and Sewer Committee to proceed with vent replacements in our community assessment visit properties that needed them. They're being worked on currently, and hopefully by spring, hopefully they're all completed. We'll be doing some sidewalk cafe regulation improvements to include Dora, because currently Dora is not in it. And also we'll be working with Planning and Zoning Committee, whoever's on it, to create a licensing program for vape shops and smoke shops that have been abundance popping up throughout our community. So, any questions?
I have one real quick. This line here, I just want to make sure I'm reading it properly. Now, let me find the old name. Converting digital scans to microfilm for long?
Yeah, so
Seems backwards.
So that's part of our records retention. We had recently, over the past 2 years, the engineering department and the zoning department, if you were in our office prior, we had walls of address files. We eliminated those as part of a reconstruction of the zoning and engineering department. Those all got scanned into digital form to PDF format, so everything's scanned right now. One of the records retention's requirement, though, before we could destroy all of those documents, they had to go back to microfilm. So we'll be doing that. Hopefully that will get done. We had some issues with the company we're using with personnel leaving and whatnot. So
I wasn't sure of the tenacity of microfilm, but hey, if it
holds up,
that's
I guess.
from my day. I think that's great. So
Yeah.
all right.
Yep.
Eric, I'm just trying to get a handle on what your department looks like, because my book has a part-time employee added in 2025. It's not 0. I have a 1 there. So did you actually put somebody on part-time?
No, not yet. No, that's proposed just for 2026, 2025. Does it have a 1 on there on yours?
Yeah, I'm just trying to.
Yes.
It actually, we budgeted for it in 2025. It didn't come to fruition, so wanted to show you true numbers. So our goal, based on what might happen in 26, we'd like to entertain that again.
And that's not including Officer Smith. He's
No.
not the part-time.
No. Yep.
Thank
He's
you.
full-time.
Very good. All right. Thanks, Eric.
Hey, thank you. And those that are leaving, thank you for your service. Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, so we're gonna cover airport because our dear Amanda is dealing with an asthma attack, and so she is going to go home Amanda, if you are listening, go home. But she is way more fun than we are about talking about the airport. So for those of you who have not had the opportunity to meet Amanda, she is fantastic. We are so grateful for her. She's going to be upset with me. So grateful for her. She is an Air Force vet and joined us in 2021. It just seems like yesterday, but I guess that has gone fast. So one of the key things with the airport is we are a general aviation airport, so we do house some corporate operations, but mainly it is small businesses and private pilots that utilize our hangars. You will see we have been maxing out our hangars, which has been great. Additionally, last year we signed a contract and provided office space for a aviation physician who's able to do the necessary medical exams for people that want to be pilots or for pilots that are renewing. Last year we did not host an on-campus event, primarily because we were under construction with one of the runways being redone. That also then impacted pretty significantly, as you'll see in the budget, the fuel sales. So that is really the big change you'll see in the 2025 projection compared to the budget. There was a couple of things. It was crummy weather in the spring with a lot of high windstorms, specifically around the Oshkosh Air Show, where we typically are a main fuel up spot. So we saw decreased fuel sales during that time. And then with the runway work, we also saw decreased aviation utilization. So the bad part is that we saw decreased utilization and fuel sales, but you see a corresponding decrease in the overall expense and purchase of fuel. So looking at the 2026 budget, we do then still have this is a restricted fund. So we did have a subsidy last year and some subsidy this year, but as you can see, overall the budget decreased, and that is related to fuel sales. We are planning, and by we I mean really Amanda and Kyle and the team out there, to do some aviation-related events surrounding America 250, as well as having the Air Expo back at the airfield, along with a craft show and the historic plane exhibition. So we're really excited to bring that event back and expect that to be another great event. In 2025, we completed the cold storage building project. That was important because it not only got our equipment out of the elements, but also moved some of the storage items that we were using hangar space that is rentable for. So now that those equipments and items are being moved out into the cold storage building, we have another hangar that's able to be rented. We also, this great assistant helping me out. Sorry, I almost hit you in the face. The point of sale system was also upgraded. So previously, if somebody wanted to pay using a credit card, we literally had to call the credit card company to process the payment. So now we actually have a system that somebody can run their card. And I know that sounds like a silly thing, but it also allows us to accept this aviation specific credit card that pilots literally will plan their routes off of. So we're really excited to be able to be a designated airport for that. Additionally, as was mentioned earlier by Matt Cordonier, we received an energy efficiency block grant to replace the very old and drafty windows on the airport terminal. And if you guys have not been recently out to the terminal, I think it was 2 years ago now that we redid that building, and that has been awesome. And the old building where we were housed for a while is being rented out to ODOT. So when you see the lease revenue, there is an ODOT lease revenue line item in there as well. And those were the main things from my perspective, Rob.
Just on the personnel variance, we had somebody resign and went to the private sector. We were fortunate to hire somebody that just hit the ground running, great replacement, but they came in at a lesser wage and they aren't using our benefits. So that's the negative variance there, because as you can see that the personnel are the same year over year and there was a decrease. So I think that's the biggest thing I'd like to point out.
One thing I'll add, and is we've been making some great strides, but we continue to believe that the airport is really a key opportunity for economic development. So we have been working with them to identify potential industry that can go there. We have been specifically talking with Jobs Ohio about air mobility as well as defense industry out in that area. Nothing specific at this point in time, but just want to reiterate that that is a key opportunity for the community.
Just one more thing about the airport. The mayor hit all the key functions that it provides, but one that we don't see, the general community doesn't see, is the supply chain aspect. There's a lot of just-in-time flights that are coming in from suppliers to our manufacturing locally. So it's a huge benefit to our local industries that they can continue to use that supply chain efficiently. There's been a study that's being done to actually show the financial impact to our local regional community economy. We haven't seen those results yet, but I think that'll help quantify the value of this airport on top of what we already see as a value in our community. Medical transports, you know, the helicopters in the fixed wing that come in for organ procurement that can't land, and maybe the weather won't allow them to land on the roof of the hospital. They can safely land IFR, which is instrument, over at the airport, or the fixed wing that are coming in from the Cleveland clinics and things. They're picking up organ procurements, taking them back for transplant. I mean, it's tremendous, and the opportunities that provides our local community.
Questions? We'll try to answer them. Very good. Okay. Amanda did grace you by giving, we're going to take a 5-minute break. I know it says 10 minutes, but let's try to do 5 minutes. So folks need to hit the restroom, grab food. Well, I figure if I say 5, then they'll be back in their seats in 10. So let's take just a quick comfort break, and then we'll get back at it with Jeremy Cobb, city engineer.
Big guns.
Just what you look what you can look forward to. Words are a thing I can say.
You're not disappointed.
So, anyways, don't torture yourself. Right, yeah. Yeah.
She's good. She's still on camera.
Yeah, she. And Rob, Beach went home too. He wasn't.
No, a lot.
We're gonna get started in just a minute. If you can, open your cookies, open all of your containers and dump them out, so that we don't have all the rustling. Because I'm always the person that's trying to do that gracefully, and that just like explodes. Yep. Nope, you're good. I can't hear you. I don't want anybody getting hangry. No, it's not too bad. It's just long.
Yeah. I like grinding it out.
Yeah.
And the reason I didn't ask any questions about the airport, I'm just going to get out there and talk to her.
Yeah.
Since that's part of it.
Yep. Sounds good. Yeah, no. And again, we're gonna set up times for you guys to go and
I'm really so comfortable. And since we're doing that, then I'm not I was gonna do that on my own.
Yeah.
As it is, I am meeting with every ward councilors.
Good.
To find out what their concerns are.
Perfect. Well, I'm going to be reaching out to all of them as well. I have a little questionnaire for you guys to complete to help my team as we're kind of planning. So,
Okay.
Perfect.
Good. Yeah.
All right. If everybody can find their seats, we're going to get started again. I know it's a long night, so I want to keep things moving for you. All right, Jeremy, get after it. I'll let you just go because they can't hear me anyway.
Okay. All right, so I will get us started again. So I am Jeremy Kalb. I'm the city engineer. So what we do as a engineering department, so we are pretty much the civil engineer, if you want to say consultants for the city of Findlay. We are in charge of managing, along with our other departments, the existing and future infrastructure throughout the city. An easy way, what I always tell people of what we do, if you see an orange cone, we have some kind of hand in that. We've been through some kind of process to talk through that. So if it's private, public, we're involved in a lot of that, planning. But our biggest thing is we work a lot with all the departments every day. I'm always talking to all those. You know, you had Dave up here, you got Jeff, you got Mike, Dan, all those guys. We're talking to those daily because if it wasn't for those guys and how we work, we wouldn't have the information we have. I have a great staff. We are small. I only have 7 people, counting myself. So we have 2 registered engineers, an engineering and training, 2 inspectors that pretty much run the whole thing out on the job. So those 2 guys are very vital in making sure that our specs are being followed and that it's held up to our standards. And it couldn't be done without those guys. And then I got to give a shout out for our 2 office personnel as well, because keeping projects moving efficiently couldn't be done without them. And also, you know, Greg, I'll give a shout out. He's been the longest that's been here. Record lookup, he can tell you anything through the city, what kind of taps and all that kind of stuff. So if it wasn't for the departments and my staff, my job would be very difficult. So at any time throughout the year, we can be managing at any point 30 to 35 projects. We're going to be in some kind of point, either design, implementation, construction, anything with that. So we are very busy throughout the year. Along with everything else, we are managing the 10-year capital plan for the city. So we manage all the departments that are going through there. That will be a separate discussion that you guys will be having with all you guys, and we'll go through that line by line, and you'll be getting a book for that as well. But with that, there's roughly $30 to $50 million that we are having, that we are moving throughout that. A lot of this stuff that you're going to see, you know, in the capital plan is grant funds. We do apply for a lot of grants. We work through Hancock Regional Planning. We go through the state, ODOT. There's a lot that FAA. We rely a lot on that kind of stuff for our projects. To give you an idea, last year we applied, or I guess 2025, we applied for $11.8 million of grant funds, and we were awarded $8.9 million. So that's a lot of capital funds that we were able to utilize for projects, such as the airport. That's 95% for a runway project that's over $5 million. 95% of that was paid through grant funds. If we didn't have those, there's no way we could have resurfaced 725 or put the lights up or anything like that. So we rely a lot on that kind of stuff. Kind of like what Dave was saying, if it wasn't for those guys out in the field, if it wasn't for my staff, throughout the city, to give you a little snapshot of what we have. So the city has 198 center lane miles of roadway. We have a little over 342 miles of water lines. We have probably over 400 miles of storm sewer, 307 miles of sanitary sewer, and 21 city-owned parks. Along with that, we also have 98 intersections that are signalized by some kind of, if it's a traffic signal, pedestrian signal, or anything like that. So we got 98 signals that we are helping manage throughout our departments as well. Here in the past year in 25, the biggest thing that we have been doing is a lot of master plans. So you're going to be hearing that in 26. We're going to be continuing on that. Right now we have an airport master plan. We have a water master plan, a sanitary long-term control plan. We're going to be updating our stormwater management plan. And then we're also doing our ADA transition plan that should be wrapping up here pretty soon. So a lot of plans that are going to be going out, but what that does is that sets us up for the future. We have a good plan going forward, so we're going to be able to identify some of these problems. We're going to be able to know what capital funds are going at it, and also have the rhyme and reason before it. So if none of us are standing here tomorrow, the city is still going to be moving forward because we have those plans ready to go. We don't want those to be a bookmark that's just going to be on a shelf. We want to be able to implement those. So we've been paying attention quite a bit. Water and sewer and airport, you know, we're heavily involved with that all the time. So that way everyone knows what we're expecting in the future. So that we are ready for year 40 looking out.
I would just real quick want to add that a lot of time the federal grants and federal funding
funding programs require that we have the master plan. So FAA, we can't receive funding through them unless we show that we have a comprehensive plan, how we're making those investments and different things like that. So it is not only important for internal planning, but for those external projects. And additionally, sometimes grants people think negatively of them. It's the reality of the way the state and federal government function. And so we see it as a responsibility to be wise stewards of our taxpayer dollars locally, and that also means leveraging the state and federal grants to bring those dollars back to our community that we're paying into the broader system to make sure that these investments are paying off. So just want to give you that context. It's not like we're just like, oh, yeah, let's go, get all this money and do things that are unnecessary. It's how do we utilize and leverage these programs to benefit our community, that then it will turn around and provide additional benefit, whether it is helping attract and retain business or residents to grow the local economy, or making sure that we are maintaining a high quality place that we all want to be proud of. So thanks, Jeremy.
Yep. No, thank you. So looking at the budget, not too much of a change. One of the biggest things that you're going to be seeing there in the change is I'm going to have a retirement in 26. So I am going to bring in another engineer to be training underneath them in the meantime before the retirement. So we're still going to have the 7 staff. There is going to be some overlap, but what you're going to be seeing in there is that overlap. So that's what that increase is on there. Along with that, in the kind of personnel category, we had some insurance changes due to growth in family, just kind of different needs that are needed. So there is some minor changes within that. But with our budget, you're not going to see it right now, but in the revenue side, that's kind of where you see where we're going to maximize our budget the most, because our everyday process is working on city projects. So we use a chargeback process, working with the auditor's office we charge back our time to capital projects. So we try to do as much, if we spend 8 hours, if one person spends 8 hours a day on one project, then they are charging that time back to that project to make sure that, if it's a water project, the certain funds are recouping those for that project. So you're not going to see it right now. You're going to see a lot of our salaries are pretty much, pretty close to what we budgeted, but on the back end, you're going to see that in the revenue side. We can be anywhere depending on the size of project, amount of projects that we have in the year. I mean, it could be between 100 to 150,000, easily coming in on that. It could be more. We ran some numbers before, and I know I was well over 100,000 on that. So you're going to be seeing some of that. So we do try to do that as much as possible, make sure we can recoup our costs going forwards across all the departments. So with the change in kind of the engineers that we're going to have in 27, I know we're only talking about 26 right now, but in 27 is where you're going to see the effect, because my budget is going to drop down probably 8% due to that change. And the other things that are kind of really affecting us are software costs. Pretty much everyone has a software cost, but that's our daily operation. We have a GIS, we have our CAD, we have a project managing stuff. If we didn't have any of that stuff to work on the projects and to use for the projects, it'd be very difficult to do our jobs. But they are raising them every year. So we just have to keep kind of rolling with those punches. But it does play a vital role in what we do daily. So looking at the key objectives, we are going to always continue to expand on the 10-year capital plan. I can show you the capital plan from 10 years ago that was maybe 6 pages long, and last year's was like 260 pages long. So we're always going to be expanding on that. That is a very vital piece of information for my department, for the administration, for the departments, for you guys as well, because that's giving us a 10-year snapshot of what our financials are going to look across for projects. So we put a lot of effort into that. We use it daily. Our whole department uses that daily. Everyone knows how to use it, and we keep that live. So you're going to be seeing us expand that throughout your tenure and continue to keep building off of that. One of the big things that we're working on right now, to kind of give you a kind of a wrap-up thing, is we are working with ODOT to do a traffic study or a safety study down US 224. So ODOT is leading the charge on that. We've been working with ODOT on that, but it's going to be Tiffin Avenue pretty much from Main Street all the way out to 237. That is Tiffin Avenue it's a very high crash occurrence in that area. So they recognize that as well. And with that being US 224, we are able to grab some funds for that. With that being all ODOT, they are covering the cost for that, but we're going, hopefully we're going to benefit from that as well. So in 26, we should be seeing a final safety study on that. I'm not sure when that's going to be coming out since they're leading the charge, but we've been giving input on that, so that way we can ensure in the long run we're going to make that a safe corridor. And some of our big things, like I said, I hit on already, is we're going to be wrapping up all these master plans in 26. So in 27 and beyond with the capital plan, there's going to be a lot of work that needs to be done in the next 10 years, a lot of planning. So excited to start on it. So you're going to be seeing a lot of information coming forwards on that. As soon as they come available, I will get those over to you guys. And anytime you have questions on that, I'll sit down and kind of go through it. But really, from my standpoint, not too much of change, just bringing on additional to get them trained up before we throw them out into the field. Any questions? Yeah.
You're talking about 224 Tiffin Avenue. Are we talking about putting like a medium down the middle, like what you see up in Toledo?
I'll tell you when the safety
You're
study
smiling,
comes up.
so that doesn't make me happy.
I couldn't tell. I mean, they're going to look at every option.
Yeah.
I mean, from
inevitable,
from a
I
high
think.
level, yeah, that's a safer standard because you're eliminating left-hand turns. Is it a good location for that? I can't tell you without the numbers, without the number of left-hand turns and all that kind of stuff. But we're going to explore every option. I'm not saying a roundabout's going there, but you got to go through a process of elimination of look everything that's possible and eliminate it from there. So I can't say yes or no on that, but it's going to be looked at.
So just so new council is aware, the safety study is really the first step in then being able to look at flow of traffic and then look at potential engineering alternatives through there as well as then improvements. So we really don't have any clue what the options are. We're nerds, and so we send videos back and forth of intersection design. So there probably will be some improved flows, but this is really the first step in a pretty long process.
Yeah, and this helps out then too with ODOT or ourselves getting safety funds. Depending on what type of crashes, how many, and all that kind of stuff, it could be anywhere between 80% match from federal funds, ODOT funds, or anything like that, all the way to 100%. So getting this safety study is huge because there's a lot of money that can be funneled into those type of projects.
Other questions?
Jeremy, just real quick, one of the things for the new council, our available cash balance allows us to get out early and bid a lot of projects early in the season, which tends to help us save. Can you talk a little bit about how that helps your department, how you think that helps us overall budgetary wise?
Yeah, no, that's a good point, and I appreciate you bringing that up. So give a quick run back a little bit. I worked for a contractor for a couple years. So I was an estimator as a project manager. So I kind of understand that field of when they are hungry for jobs, when they are going to be putting overtime in and all that kind of stuff. But we have a very good relationship with our local contractors as well. We talk with them all the time. But knowing that type of information, you're going to see early on that you're going to have like resurfacing projects, certain water projects be coming out because we know at that time no one else has a resurfacing project out. We're the first ones out on the book. We're going to be the first ones that everyone's going to be getting their numbers looked at. So that's when everyone has a sharp pencil. So we want to grab that as quick as possible. And then another thing with that, and it's brought up in council meetings, you guys probably have heard, they're asking, when can the contractor start? A prime example is the resurfacing project. As soon as that project sells, the winning contractor, the parent low bidder, will call me and say, how soon can I start? And with that relationship, because I can go to them, it sells in March, and I can say, I can get you started March 10th. And they'll say, okay, I'm going to start getting people around. You will be our first job, and we will be we're going to get in and get out of there. And that's been successful because a lot of our resurfacing, we are going to be either done before the 4th of July, or we know 100% sure we're going to be done before school starts. So we are going to interrupt them a little bit in the spring, but instead of doing spring and fall, we make sure we can condense that down. We can work with our contractors, and we know they're not going to come in, do a couple of streets, pull out, go do another job, come back. We know when they're here, they're going to get the job done and move out. And it goes the same thing with water lines. You know, we look at what's out there right now, water lines, sewer lines, any kind of pipe utility. We look and see what is out there, what type of jobs are out there, if people have work available. Like right now is a great time because a lot of people don't want to lay off guys. Because then they got to bring them back. So if they can keep winter work for those guys and they can keep them moving, then we'll throw those projects out there and we'll get a cheaper price because now they know they don't have to lay those guys off. They can keep them moving throughout the winter. So we'll pick what type of projects, but we communicate with that contractor right away and say, hey, when can you start? When do you want to start? So that way we can have that relationship and keep them moving. So that way, planning wise, we can keep pushing more and more projects out as well.
Through the capital fund, so Jeremy manages that and tries to have that kind of carryover revenue each year. We've just kind of budgeted that in, so we have that carryover to be able to get some of those projects before he gets the first amount of money coming into the capital fund.
When we see the capital budget, and want to talk about that a little bit?
So yeah, so you're probably not going to see that until February. One of the biggest thing is working with auditor's office, they got to close out their numbers first, so I know what my starting balances are. So we're starting on that right now, so that way I'm getting feedback from departments. We're working through that, so we're working on that now. But we can't really publish that out because I don't know what a hard number is until they close out their numbers. So as soon as they close that out, then February is when our goal is, early in February, to push that out, get those meetings and get moving. Now, you will see in January, like I have done in the past, there are going to be projects that we do every year, such as annual resurfacing, a carryover project or something like that, that we do every single year. And I'm going to throw that out so that way I can get that out to bid as soon as possible. So there are some projects, even though they will be in the capital plan, but the decisions why we are doing that and moving them faster is just because I can see an advantage getting better pricing than what we are thinking.
And I would just add, because we do have that 10-year capital plan, you can look at it now and, most of it is going to stay the same. And then it's just working with the departments if a new project has come up, if there's something that we want to accelerate because something has happened, different things like that. So looking at that budget or that capital plan, which is also on our website, you can read through that, and I don't anticipate any too many crazy changes.
Nope.
Question for you, Jeremy, related to the relationship of capital in general. Was the 10-year plan developed around the idea that we would always put 20% towards capital, if you know that?
Yeah, so that's the way I plan that. Is pretty much it's the 20%. Now, if it goes up and down for that, I mean, it's moving projects one way or another. But that's the way it's planned for the 10 years.
If you had to say, is there a magic breakover where we have a catastrophic effect on capital to go to, say, 18%, 17% as expenses and revenue start to converge?
I don't know if I can say there's a magic number, but say you guys came back and said 15%. We'll manage that on what is needing done for that. We'll always make sure our core functions, such as resurfacing, all that type of projects are always going to go forwards. What we then would look at is equipment. Hey, is that, like the mayor was saying earlier, is that backhoe actually needed? What is wrong with it? Tell me the reasons. Is it still functional? What's the cost to replace it and all that kind of stuff? So we would always make sure, even if it's lowered, to ensure that our core functions are always moving forwards. But that's where our departments, and Dave kind of hit that on earlier, is we've been working more with them on our resurfacing projects. I know I keep throwing out that, but it's an easy one. Concrete guys don't like to mess with asphalt, and asphalt guys don't like to do driveways. It's very costly for them. But the street department, they can do that because they have the equipment for it, they have the personnel for it. So we are able to utilize them for like dry asphalt driveways. So our concrete contractor will go in there, they'll take 2 weeks and they'll get the whole street, all the concrete done. Then we are working with them, and how our labor is working, we can follow up behind them and do asphalt drives. And then all our asphalt guys have to do come in is mill and pave the roadway. So it creates an efficiency. But what that is doing is now I'm not spending $100,000 on asphalt drives. I'm spending $25,000, $30,000. Well, that's another street I can add on. So we're trying to stretch that dollar as much as possible. And going back to kind of what the number, it was, we're going to make sure our capital plan is always moving forward. So we're always going to have our core functions. But if it gets to that point, then, you know, that's where we're going to rely on our departments, because they do a great job for that.
Thank you.
One thing I would add as well is, as you're looking at the capital plan, in the top section, it shows also our debt service. So I'll just point out, we have a couple of key pieces of debt. There's like $380,000 annually for the 236 widening project that I think is rolling off in 2028. Sounds about right. So different things like that we're watching as well, that then, you know, that frees up some funds. And I know we've talked a little bit about, you know, are there things that we do debt on? You know, that's pretty limited on what you would want to do that on. So those are things that we're always looking at, talking about, but, you know, we certainly are not advocating for a decrease in the capital allocation. Other questions?
Oh, sorry. Go.
Daniel, just speak.
So,
Harrington's not here to tell you.
I know,
to be
there you
quiet.
go. I won't get gavelled. There you go. Good. So a couple of months ago, you floated this idea of alternate funding, and we ultimately voted that down and stayed with the 80-20 split. Are you considering bringing that back to this council next year, kind of thing?
I
Or
think we'll have a conversation.
at the end of the year for budget, or even prior to
Talk
that?
about it earlier in the year.
Okay.
Talk about a bunch of different finance things. I think that'll be something I'll take to the committee. And again, just to reiterate, it was a change in the direct allocation from the income tax revenue. It was not a decrease in the.
No, I understand. It's just an
infrastructure investment.
alternative way to, yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Other questions?
Yeah.
So I think I recalled at a former council meeting, somewhere in there in my brain, I seem to remember that some of our different factions are sharing equipment. Is that correct? Okay. So say I own the backhoe, you have the dump truck. You need the backhoe, I need the dump truck. Do we track hours of usage? And if you use my backhoe all year and I use it once and it breaks, do I have to ask for a new one? How are we tracking it? Are we following the dollar? Even if it's just mythical dollars, this is how many, just to track the data of how much usage, because I know equipment is like huge expense.
Right.
But I love the fact of leaning up and sharing 100%. But I just wanted to toss that question to you.
Yeah, so the very simple version is yes. If it's general fund to general fund department, we don't necessarily track it, and please correct me if I'm wrong, because it's being paid out of the same pot of money. Now with our restricted funds, so water and sewer, those funds have different restrictions on them, and so our departments do have to track when they're using. So when Dave was talking about the different personnel, he has to track who is on it, what department is paying for it, and track that. Same thing goes for equipment. They have to do the same thing. And then if it's a shared piece of equipment, then we would determine which fund it would be shared out of to replace it. Yep.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Jeremy. All right. Up next, we have Seth Russelette presenting on the water pollution control budget for Dave, who is unable to be here this evening. And Seth is the water pollution control plant manager.
Hello, everyone. Like the mayor said, my name is Seth Russelette. I'm the assistant superintendent for the Water Pollution Control Center. At the Water Pollution Control Center, we provide wastewater treatment that meets or exceeds the NPDES permit. We meet regulatory reporting requirements set forth by the NPDES permit. We ensure we're discharging clean water to the Blanchard River. So key performances from 2025, 100% of the days we were in compliance with our NPDES permit for both treatment and reporting. So that brings me to our budget highlights. You'll see that we have a 6.5% increase in personnel, and that is because we had 3 of our operators at the plant obtain a Class 1 wastewater treatment license. We had 1 get a Class 2 and 3. When we had a retirement, the gentleman that we hired had a Class 3 license, and I myself also got a Class 4 license. And that is one of the reasons why that number is elevated. It's also due to medical insurance as well as an additional short-term employee due to a retirement. Our objectives for this year are going to be to resurface the water pollution control main driveway. We're going to complete the controlled CSO long-term control plan study. The addendum is due on November 1st of 2026. And achievements we had in 2025, we installed 3 smart covers on 3 combined sewer overflows. And those, what they do, it tracks the flow going through a combined sewer overflow. And that data we had helped Strand Associates. They're working with our long-term control plan to make a hydraulic model to present to the EPA.
Seth, real quick, since we have some new folks, can you explain what a combined sewer overflow is very briefly?
Yeah, so a combined sewer overflow is basically a relief in our sewer system. When we get a lot of rain, the river comes up, we get infiltration. It basically will start overflowing out of the controlled, the CSO, the combined sewer overflow. It will start to overflow over there for relief. And by doing so, that data that we got from installing those smart cover flow meters, Strand was able to use that data to make a hydraulic model that will be presented to the EPA for our long-term control plan. In 2025, we're also we're in collaboration with the city engineer as well as Goodyear Tire to line the wet well of the Lima Avenue lift station. And we also used Encompass to do an arc flash study. What they did was walk around our plant with our maintenance manager and look at every electrical component in the plant. If it is, at risk for an arc flash, even if it wasn't, there is a sticker on everything now saying this is a hazard. Beware, look out for arc flash. Is there any questions?
Just got one question. Are we still getting some benefit from the solar panels that are out there?
Yeah.
Because I know the electric is probably one of your biggest costs
Absolutely.
in your budget. So
Absolutely. Yeah, I can't tell you exactly what percentage we're getting from them right now, but we have been, we've got a couple different things here and there fixed, and we are still
we're
using them.
still getting some benefit.
We absolutely
from that
are still
then.
getting something
Great.
from them,
So
yes.
there was, I can add a little bit. There are a few fuses, and they're not like little fuses that
No.
had to get replaced, and some of the lawnmower abuse, if you will, from things coming off lawnmowers to actually looking at improving some of the solar panels. So it's continual improvement, but we are seeing a benefit. I don't have that percentage off the top of my head. We are.
I
Yep.
think last time I looked, and it's been a little while because Rob's been managing this one, but I think we were getting at least $60,000 of output off of them. At least, yeah.
Yeah, the last time the company who works on the solar panels, came out and they replaced some of those fuses, I know we were at 85% we were getting from them. That was in the summertime. So I'm not sure what it is right now, but this summer it was at least at 85%.
Other questions? Can you turn it on?
When will we see the long-term control plan? When will that be done?
So that's a good question. Dave and I actually, we joined the Great Lakes Preserve, and what the Great Lakes Preserve is different communities in this area or that are wastewater discharges into the Lake Erie. Got together, basically just helping each other. What can we do, or how can you help us? Cities helping cities, basically. And that was one of the questions that came up. When is the long-term long-term control plan done? And the answer was basically when the EPA says so.
So we are going, yeah, Jeremy can mention, but as you know, we had done the long-term control plan years ago, and then we identified that there was errors in some of the data that was utilized in your modeling, so we brought Strand in to update the model. They have now are completing their assessment. We expect to kind of have the updated document in the spring, and then we have to submit our addendum, like our updated plan, in November to the EPA. So it will probably be in front of you guys in Q2, Q3.
The due date is in November.
Yeah, so the biggest thing is, like Seth was saying, is the EPA. They could tell you what it was supposed to be done by the end of this year. What happened with our flow monitoring and stuff, by the time they approved it, we lost 4 months. So we've been working with them to get it expanded on. Our ultimate goal with all their approvals and final submittal is by the end of next year, is that we'll have pretty much all there now. That could prolong one way or another, but we are working on alternatives right now. So we're going through they're working on our alternatives in the spring. We're going to be seeing a lot of those, what those costs are. We'll be getting the draft together, then it goes over to the EPA, like the mayor was saying. But I'd say by the end of 26 is when we're hoping, fingers crossed, that you're going to see the final plan.
Okay.
And just for the new council, as a reminder, so this is the sewer budget. It is a separate fund that receives its revenue through the utility sewer rates, and the water and sewer committee also looks at the pro forma with our new standards on a quarterly basis, looking at the pro forma. But sewer is in a healthy position and recognizing that a lot of the significant capital investment that is required to both meet compliance and continue to invest. So, other questions? Yeah, Randy?
Not really a question. I just want to publicly say congratulations on getting your Class 4.
Thank you.
That is a big deal, and this will help the city in the future down the road. So
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yes.
Yeah, and I will just note Seth's been doing a great job, obviously, as well as with Dave and the team. One of the benefits of having so many folks getting their higher licensure is that we have people on site being able to provide that oversight. Obviously, sewer and water are both really important and very complex systems. But having different folks get their different classifications means that they're not all having to be there at one time. They're able to distribute, and it also then obviously just compliance and oversight is really beneficial. So the additional expense of it really pays dividends in the long run. And Seth is also a published author in
Oh, man.
that I don't even remember the name of it.
Buckeye Bulletin. It's a state water and wastewater magazine.
Yeah, so if you want, we can send you the link.
Yeah.
I have a copy of it in my office on my coffee table. So, all right, very good. Thanks, Seth.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
All right, Jason and team.
Well, good evening. My name's Jason Phillips. I am the water superintendent here at the city of Findlay. I got the opportunity to join the team here at the city in 2017, which allowed me to achieve the goal of getting my Class 4. I did put 22 years in with another community, so but I get the opportunity to manage the supply reservoir, the treatment plant, oversee the distribution system, and then I get the wonderful opportunity to manage utility billing as well. So, hey, there's a lot of fun with numbers. I mean, just a lot of fun.
Ask them about pennies.
I mean, we could sit here for the next hour and discuss the penny.
You have 10 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. So I will stay on track. So a couple of great things that happened here in 25. The water plant was able to get our new CO2 system installed. That was a very long-term project that took a lot of advanced lead time, and we're almost have our generator installed. So just to kind of, the generator itself just took approximately a year and a half from the time we ordered it till the time it showed up. Then it actually has been sitting at the water plant with the switchgear for the last year, and hopefully, if the stars all align, next month we will do final startup and conversion over to that generator, and so that'll be a big check off of everybody's list, and we'll all sleep a little bit better at night. So then we went right into this amazing master plan that we're working with a firm called Arcadis that is doing some absolutely amazing analysis. Our master plan is literally going stem to stern, evaluating the river, the reservoirs, the demand in the system, the raw water line to the plant, an assessment of the actual water plant itself, and then an analysis of the distribution system. And then when it's all said and done, how we're going to pay for it and what that looks like, because the water plant is approaching the 100-year mark. And so this will lay out what the water system looks like for the city of Findlay for the next 100 years. And it's going to be really cool. It's a lot of fun information. And as Jeremy will attest to, we're updating as a key part of the distribution analysis. We're doing a real big dive into our GIS system and getting that all up to date, which in turn helps the guys out in the field being able to make sure that they have all the data they need to manage the main breaks and the valve exercising and actually keep the system going strong. So, grand total is 27 employees in utility billing and water treatment. We manage and we keep track of our water loss. Water loss is one of those things that we've gotten that down. A lot of times we flirt in the single digits with our water loss, which is a really a great accomplishment. I give a lot of kudos to water distribution. As Dave mentioned, we're going to be doing a leak survey again in 26. Every 2 years, the staff goes out and we listen to every valve, every hydrant. We go through, correlate any type of sound that we would hear, and we find those unaccounted for water leaks. And that is a huge step forward to allow us the flexibility to make sure that we have a nice tight system, that we're not wasting water, and it's not just dumping on the ground.
Sorry, they're cleaning the floors. I was like, is there an alarm going on?
So, budget-wise, a couple of the main challenges that we have on the water treatment side is that our chemical costs continue to rise. So that's one of our challenges that we always face. So we try to keep a very healthy balance there to ensure that as the fluctuation in water changes and the chemistry changes, that we can adequately treat and monitor the water to make sure that you guys don't get a million phone calls that say the water tastes like dirt and that everybody's mad. So that's one of those wonderful things. A couple of the big jumps that you're going to see at Supply Reservoir. There was a huge jump. The huge jump is the fact that in 26 we plan on finalizing riprap on Reservoir number 2. This has been an ongoing project because it is the low-hanging fruit in the reservoir budget because it's a huge number. That it takes a very large machine. It takes we actually coordinate with the quarry. We actually have to coordinate with special trucking firms because obviously riprap is not small and is very aggressive on their equipment. So it's a very costly endeavor. So this year, the plan is, or in 26, the plan is to finalize reservoir number 2 and then begin to continue on with reservoir number 1. And then see, the hope is that we'll need about, we'll see, maybe 2 years to get around reservoir number 1 because reservoir number 1's a little smaller. But the goal is to see how far, well, I know we'll be able to get done with 2 without a difficulty. So that's that large jump. The other large jump, and the only budget that I manage that is actually general fund, is reservoir recreation. In 25, one of the coolest things we got to do is we got to install an inclusive kayak/fishing dock out at Reservoir Number 2. It's a really cool opportunity for people with disabilities to be able to get onto the reservoir. So the hope and the plan now in 26 is to take the dock that we removed from Reservoir 2 and utilize some of the tools that we saw when the company installed the new dock, and be able to build a new launch and put that fishing dock back on Reservoir 2, because the fishing community and people really like the reservoir, and we really encourage people to really embrace it and to take care of it, and so getting that dock back is going to be greatly appreciated. So just some other little highlights that we're going to be working on is a few years back, you guys probably all remember, this side of the table all remembers that we went through and updated all the transmitters on the water meters. It was a wonderful project that was an amazing collaboration in the final push, in which all the departments worked together. And in a matter of literally 6 months, I believe we installed close to 4,000 transmitters in 6 months with the collaboration. Was an amazing adventure. However, that was the equipment that read the water meters. We did not change the water meters at that time because we didn't have the money to. We're going to slowly but surely, because a water meter does not last forever. And the way a water meter is designed, it fails in the customer's favor. And so we're going to begin the process of slowly changing out the water meters and updating the water meters themselves. So then, and the new water meters will work with the new AMI system and will flow flawlessly into the billing software that hopefully also will be looked at and evaluated at the end, or here in 26, to try to figure out what the next iteration of billing software looks like as well, because that's another story for another day. So, but I can already feel that the mayor wants me to shut up. So, any questions? Yes, sir.
For the last time, I promise, give us an update on lead water lines.
Actually just sent the 2025 report into the agency today with our lead service line inventory. I can confidently and 100% stand here and say there's not a single lead service in the city of Findlay. And so that is a 30-year accomplishment from the commitment of the supervisors and the distribution and this community for taking a very aggressive stand and making sure that they took care of a problem and didn't just kick it down the road. For 30 years, the Water Distribution Department has been chipping away at it. And actually on the customer side, we're down to there are 27 iron service side, which is basically the customer side, left in the system. So everything on the city side has been completely renewed and updated, been vetted through the agency, and we've gotten that approval. So I will always sing the praises of the past, and it truly was. It was a 30-year commitment by the water department and the administration to allow to really be forward thinking, because there are communities that will be spending the next 30 years removing them. So, it is an amazing accomplishment.
Well, and thank you to council, because I know
Yes.
that was something you guys all kept in front of us. I don't think we've gone through a meeting every couple of months where Councilman Russell hasn't asked, what's the status? What's the status? So we appreciate it.
Yeah, and that a few years back when you guys allowed us the opportunity to buy the hydro excavator, that sealed the deal, pushed us over the finish line, and is an invaluable tool that the department uses almost every day. Wouldn't you say, Jeff? I mean, and oh yeah. So, and it's all because of Jeff and his team and the guys before us, and it's a wonderful. Very few communities can say that. Very few can.
Other questions? Perfect. Thank you.
Awesome. I greatly appreciate your guys' time. Thank you.
All right. Next up, Human Resources, Amy.
Hello, everyone. I'm Amy Hazlett. I'm the HR director, and thanks for staying and still being awake. Yeah, of course. Yeah, so human resources, really simply and in a nutshell, supports the city basically through effective personnel management. We're responsible for recruitment and retention, training and development, employee relations, compliance, communication, record keeping. That's essentially it. The big change in my budget this year is I would like to hire another full-time HR person. The industry standard says that you should have 1.7 full-time HR staff per 100 employees. The city of Findlay has 380 to 400 employees. It depends, on the season and the time. So if you do some quick math, that's 6.4 on the low end. I'm a department of 1. And so a second full-time person is really needed. You'll see that in the personnel budget. That's one of the reasons it's so high. And for new council, I'd like to remind them, if it wasn't said earlier, I apologize if it was, personnel line item, that is not just a salary. That's not just the person's salary. That includes the retirement, workers' comp, health insurance, life insurance. And so that doesn't mean that that's the salary a person is getting. And when all our departments budget for a person, you don't know if that person's going to utilize health insurance or not, but you want it there. You don't want to lose out on top talent and say, sorry, I didn't budget health insurance. I didn't know your family needed that. Or, the level of experience an employee might be coming in. And so we do budget on the high end just in case. We don't want to lose out on that top person. And that's really the big increase in my budget. Do you have any questions? Yeah, I can hit on. So you saw the video. We've done a lot. I've been in my position not quite a year yet. And so we did a lot of good things this year. Our employee retention group is going strong. But I spent a lot of this year just kind of observing and evaluating our current system and processes where it applies to my department. And so I know in your budget packets, I won't run through all of it, but I have some key objectives that are necessary and will be getting done no matter how many people are in my department. And so that's the things that I really would like to hit home on. Those are the core things that can't wait, in my opinion. The last little caveat, real quick, is generally when we're hiring people, I know we talked about a lot of different departments. We're talking about they're down and we're trying, but it's important to get the right person in these jobs. Our employees are the hardest working group of people I've ever worked with. They mainly do thankless jobs. People don't think about what water and sewer in the street department. They don't think about what our employees are doing for the city. And I take pride that my job, I'm lucky enough that I get to try to help support them in their jobs. And so we offer careers and not jobs, and we want the right people in those positions, because warm bodies are not going to cut it. We need more than that. Yeah.
Hello. Yeah, I'm allowed. So how's your search going for a little help?
For my own help?
I mean, for when are you going to get an assistant?
Depends on two things. I'm not going to put a job out there if I don't have the money to pay them. So 1, pass the budget. 2, I need a space for them, and that's being worked on. So as soon as I get the approval to say, yes, the money will be there, we will work on creating the space, and I will begin putting that out there.
Good luck.
Yeah.
And listening to the passion in your voice about the employees of this city that you don't really have to care anything about, but you do, and they're the right people. I think I feel confident you're going to pick the right person. That basically a clone of you if you can find it. But I just say I say good luck too. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Any further questions? All right, thank you guys.
Excuse me, what's I mean, we're not increasing headcount that much in the budget, but with retirees and people leaving, about how many employees if you had to hire in this year?
That's hard to say. It depends. I don't mind sharing this statistic. In the next 5 years, 40% of our workforce is about 40%, I'm rounding a little bit, is eligible for retirement. That doesn't mean they will retire. If hopefully you guys will take tours, or I know you guys have met people, they go well past retirement age. I mean, people take pride in, I've been here 35 years. Retiring? No, I want to hit 40. I've been here 20 years. Thinking about retiring? Not for another 10, right? And so we have people who work a really long time, and so the way retirement works is they don't have to tell us, hey, in 9 months I'm retiring. Some do, but it all depends on who's retiring, how much notice do we have, and finding the right people to fill that job.
What was the number on total employees?
It can fluctuate. It depends on
Just
seasonal parts. 380 to 400.
380, 400.
Yeah.
Okay, so 40% in 5 years.
Oh, eligible doesn't mean they will.
Maybe 40, 50 employees you had to hire this year?
We hired about 20 to 30.
20 to 30.
If you don't, yeah. Again, seasonals fluctuate. That really can change that number. Depends if you want to just think about full-time or not.
What's this HR position going to have the role of responsible? Because I guess I look at you as HR, but I look at your support as your mayor, your safety service director as well in the HR role, because we didn't always have HR.
Correct. They don't. They do support very much so. They'll support anything, but their job is not HR.
But so
they
what
have
is
other
the
jobs.
role of the new position going to be? Exactly the same as you?
No. No, it depends. A lot depends on the person you're getting, right? Just like any job. What level of experience do they have coming in? How much can you throw at them right away, and how much do they need some training on over the years to develop to be able to take over all of those duties and tasks?
I'll jump in, Councilwoman Frischie. So things may be developing policies, managing the employee retention group, managing the tech cred program, being able to take meetings to ensure we're doing training with our employees on leadership development, and like those are just 5 easy things.
Well, I was just looking to see, I mean, she obviously needs to get something off of her plate, so there must be an idea of what that role is you're going to need.
Yeah, I'll give you a 20-second example. Again, it depends on the level of experience. So what I need someone to do that could do if day one, here, can you please take care of this record keeping, this tracking? We hired a new employee, scan all these documents and organize it, answer their questions, right? That's easy stuff. If they have some experience and they know, hey, take a crack. We're going to rewrite our employee handbook. Dozens and dozens of policies in there. Take a first crack at it, then pass it to me, right? That's the kind of things that can get off my plate that the city needs. Training schedules for employees. I mean, the list, I could talk for 30 minutes about what needs done.
If I could add something, sorry, I'm so
It's
loud.
okay.
If I could add something to that is, and when I got my master's in business, one of my, 15-week courses was on HR. Mm-hmm. And HR is like, they're almost, in a lot of ways, like a doctor, and all the employees are their impatient, and they all need individualized attention. And basically what that would be doing by adding an assistant, you don't want a doctor to have to handle 300, 400 people with all those needs, and not just needs when they're in your office, but after the fact, and checking on the insurance, and all those things. It's HR is huge and important, and if you're supposed to have X 0.7 whatever, and you're basically holding the whole thing, for us to have you to continue to do that would just, in my opinion, be rude and not a good thing. It's not like you're money grabbing. You need help to continue the great job you're doing, and you need help.
Yeah, and I would add to that. Amy was previously the civil service, administrator. She was then also part-time helping Dawn when he was here, because we recognized then that we needed it. And when we were talking to Amy and decided to hire her on full-time, she said, let me get in there and experience it for a while before I request additional support. So we were prepared to recommend earlier this year bringing somebody in. So it's kind of an HR generalist position, which is kind of common to help with all of the daily activities of human resources. So, other questions?
Yeah. All right,
Awesome.
thanks, guys.
I will hit, Rob and my budgets are pretty boring. My other item is related to funds that we have appropriated for America 250 community events. We included some small funds in that. And Rob, your personnel is pretty stagnant. It's just
It's insurance increase, and then the other things that fall in the SSD other bucket is things like sandbags. There's like $10,000 worth of sandbag budgeted in there. Christmas lights, things like that. Yeah, so it's pretty benign. And then the building personnel, that is an increase. He actually, our buildings maintenance individual, he's been in his role 5 years, and usually you change job classifications based on work function after so many years, and that he was eligible for that, so that's the change in personnel. In building other, that increase has some repair and maintenance of some things that typically happen around here, you know, with elevators and things like that. The HVAC system sometimes is stubborn, and the other is some carpet that we're gonna be doing. So, and it's, if you've seen some of the places that have some pretty significant wear and tear on carpet, it's due, so.
we don't want it to become a trip hazard, so. All right. Yeah, we gotta fix that. This carpet is pretty new. It's, the upstairs offices that need replaced, but that edge does need fixed. Okay, so I know we just threw a lot at you. I'm gonna hand it over to Ginger to walk through some of the all the other little things, and the auditor's office, and then we will do wrap up. Thank you, we're in the home stretch.
Hey, good evening, everybody. Thanks for the opportunity to work with you folks over the last many years with these budget meetings. You've read my last budget book. How sad is that? That being said, I'd like to share a couple things with you folks. I mentioned in the pre-budget meeting, the city auditor, the law director, the mayor, the treasurer, they're equal in authority with regard to their administrative roles. As a matter of fact, we're checks and balances on each other. The auditor's the check and balance primarily on the mayor, the treasurer on the auditor, the law director on all of us with regard to the laws and what we do. And then council is an equal, I guess, partner, for lack of a better way to say that. And it's important you folks realize that. In other words, we're not here to tell you what to do. We're here to administrate the city, do our job, and bring things to you in a manner where you can have them well considered on behalf of your constituents. And I think that's important that we keep that in mind as we move forward. And to share with you, since this is your first budget meeting as a group, part of the role of the city auditor, well, let's talk about it. It's a multifaceted role, and a lot of people don't realize that. One of the main things they do, as your city auditor elected here in the city of Findlay, is to prepare the books for audit using my staff. But more importantly, I think as part of that, one of my jobs is to monitor the budget for items that threaten our ability to provide our core services, police, fire, water, sewer, streets, at our 1% income tax level, and with regard to the general revenues that are coming in. So when I see something that threatens our ability to do that, I would certainly bring that to your attention. I think that's part of my duty as well. Also, the city auditor's office is the compliance office for the city. Compliance, fraud. You hear the big buzzwords out the state now, waste and abuse. There's a hotline that the state auditor has put in place. And in association with that, we have a line where city employees or the community report to us things that they see. Sometimes those things are items that I do have to handle. I have to look into them. I ask questions, and we look for cooperation in that. Sometimes there are things where I have to turn them over to other authorities, like the police chief or someone else, depending on what they are. But that is a big part of what we do, and something a lot of people don't realize. Also, with regard to compliance, there are multiple levels of compliance. My staff, I have two wonderful people here, Ginger and Willow. Ginger's a CPA, well-trained, well-knowledgeable, years of experience with the city. Well, it'll be a huge loss to us when she decides to retire, which I hope is never. And Willow has a master's degree in fraud and forensic examination, and she's been a huge part of helping Ginger with her role. So we've got a super staff. My entire staff is 4-year accounting degree. They know what they're doing. They're very good at it. We only have a couple rules in my office. One is don't take off my deputy. Rule 2 is don't take off my deputy. And Rule 3 is you better be right, because this is what we do. And we know people make mistakes, but we work hard to make sure we bring this council in the past and the people we deal with good, solid information. And that's huge to me. Also, one of the big jobs that we have to do is ensure budget compliance. So the way the state set it up, the administration, as you see today, projects their expenses. My job as your city auditor is to project the revenues. I do those myself. I look through them line by line. I use a lot of information, a lot of analysis to take a look at that. And then, of course, I've backed up by my wonderful staff who reviews things, looks for mistakes as well to make sure we've done things right. We typically, when we're not sure about a number, try and find 3 ways to get it. We think if we can find a number 3 different ways, we've probably got a good method for going after that number and what we're doing. In looking at that, as was evidenced by the paper this last weekend, Ohio has set up kind of a unique relationship between administrations and the office of the city auditor, in that we don't always agree. Sometimes we differ, but I promise you that whenever I project revenues, I'm trying to project the most realistic revenues that I can. And in the commentary, when I talk about them, I'm talking about the impacts of those revenues related to the expenses. And you see that in the letter that I've put in the front of your budget book. Also, with regard to things that are going on, it's very important that you realize it's the city auditor's office, the fiscal officer, that works to issue the debt for the city and to make the decisions as to when the debt should be issued. There's always the political pressure, the political desire to cause debt to be issued, to look at it from an avenue that maybe is realistic or not realistic, but is very important because one of the things I did and pushed very hard for, and I'm very appreciative that this council did, was agree to hire a phenomenal municipal advisor for this city. But that municipal advisor was hired as a fiduciary for the city as a whole. They're contracted through my office. That's intentional because we do work with them in issuing debt and in selling debt and in the nuances of that and in presenting our case as to why that debt should be issued as the city of Findlay. But they're really there for you guys to consult with. So regardless of what the mayor might say or I might say with regard to what Mr. Brossart and his team has shared with us, they're there as a resource for you as a council to have a conversation with, to make sure you understand what's going on, to understand his view of it. We should never paraphrase his view to you. You should get it from him directly, and that's why he was hired. We're paying him a lot of money, and they are one of the best municipal advisory firms in the state. They handle billions and billions and billions of dollars of debt issuances. And when it comes time, if there is a day that we do need to issue debt, that is one of the individuals that I will work with to make our case to the bond rating agencies, if necessary, to make sure we make the best case for the city that we can. And one of our challenges right now, in terms of the budget that you're looking at, is we have some questions that we'll have to answer before we ever issue debt with regard to how we're going to handle where we're at with the budget, with regard to how we would handle the challenge of changes such as the ones we went through with major employers like Cooper. You look at what happened there. A major employer in the city, half of the workforce is no longer employed by that company or works in the city of Findlay. And I mentioned in a meeting not too long ago to, I think it was the Finance Committee, when you look at the employment in the city of Findlay over the last 5 years, the numbers show at the major employers that we've lost 10 to 13% of our employees. And we've seen that pressure and the results of the revenues we're seeing in our income tax. So we have challenges ahead of us. We have to be prepared. It's not that we can't overcome them. It's not that they're challenges other places aren't seeing. But what it means is we have to be intelligent, thoughtful, and very positive in our approach to what we do to make sure we make the best case that we can in the types of businesses we bring to our community and how we present our case to the outside entities, not Ohio, but New York, the big finance meccas of the world, Chicago, out west, people who buy debt from cities such as us. It doesn't matter what we think we are. It matters what they think they are so that we can get reasonable prices on our debt if we issue it down the road in the not too distant future. So we have to be prepared for that. And lastly, what I'll share, or two things I'll share. One is what the state did in the 70s. Some of us are old enough to remember when Cleveland got in trouble. They all but went bankrupt. So the state changed a set of budget laws. And what they did when they changed those budget laws, and then when they made the administrations in charge of projecting expenses and the fiscal officers in charge of projecting revenues, they said, you will not break these laws. You will never spend 1 penny more than you have in projected revenues and resources, i.e. cash carry forward, that total. You can't spend 1 nickel more than that going forward. And we are very blessed. We've got strong cash resources here to do that. But to ensure that, we're going to make the fiscal officers of the state of Ohio personally liable for monitoring the expenses. So what I'm sharing with you, which I've shared with these guys probably 10,000 times, but for the benefit of this meeting is, what that means is when I bring something to you, it's not for a political reason. It's because it's an issue. It's a concern that I have to solve. Because when I was 20 years old, I had no money. I had no care in the world. Now I'm 60 years old and I've got a little bit of money, and the thought of the state auditor reaching into my pocket without any permission, because I'm bonded, and taking that money is a heck of a motivation for me to do my job the best that I can. And I promise you, I will always do it. I will always do it professionally. I will always do it respectfully. And I will always bring to you a staff that is well-heeled and has done a wonderful job in researching what they're bringing to you. But when I bring it to you from them, that we know, to the best of our knowledge, it is the best information that we can bring you with regard to the numbers. And that's our biggest blessing. 99 times out of 100, I'm bringing you numbers. And that makes it a lot easier than it does with some of the issues the mayor has to deal with and some of the challenges that she has. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to my deputy auditor to get through some numbers and some things that are important for wrapping up the budget.
Good evening. It's really nice to be the last person to talk. You guys are already tired. You really don't want to listen to this. You definitely don't want to listen to numbers. My name is Ginger Sampson. I'm the Deputy City Auditor. I have been with the city for more than 30 years. This is my 31st budget cycle. So I've been around for a long time here. I know what's going on with these budgets. Like Jim said, our office is not necessarily an auditing office. It is an accounting and financial compliance office. We have a staff of 6 people, 6 full-time people, and then we also have Jim, and we have another one part-time person. Like Jim had said, everybody except for my part-time person, we all have 4-year degrees. I also have the one that has the master's degree in forensic accounting. So what we're going to do tonight is I did not have time, and I don't usually have time to put together a PowerPoint for our office. The budget book itself is a monstrous thing to put together. So we're going to go through by the gray pages in your book that say under expenses, and we're going to start with the council budget, which is on page 1. The council budget is put together in a combination with your council clerk, Denise, as well as me helping her out on it. And your council budget basically is the salaries of all of you 11 council people, and half of Denise's salary. That's the biggest thing you got in there. You've got a charge for computer services, which has already been talked about more than once, and anything having to do with all of your legals. So everything that you guys do in your council meetings has to be published in the newspaper. That costs a lot of money. That's basically your budget. Is there anything that you guys have a question on having to do with the council budget? Okay. So then let's go to the general expense budget, which is on page 18. The general expense budget is a budget that has been created since I have been here to capture those things that don't necessarily particularly belong to any specific one department. It all has to do with general fund type expenses, but it captures all the different things and pieces and parts that don't belong to one place. You have some significant cost in here. One of the very first costs you have in here is the jail cost. At one point in time, the jail cost went really super high. We are back down to what we think is a reasonable dollar amount in here. Again, nobody has the crystal ball as far as how many people are going to be incarcerated, whether it be at our jail or whether it be at one of our other places that we house prisoners at. But right now, we are budgeting for $500,000 for 2026. One of the next big costs that you have in this budget, it has to do with, it's labeled as, it says Health Serve on here. It has to do with the cost that the city has to contribute for the joint Hancock County Health District. You have no choice in this matter. When the health district was formed, the city of Findlay has to contribute a particular number on here. That amount is up at this point in time because based upon their contract, after so many years, there was an allowance for a percentage increase in the fee, and I believe that's still being worked out right now. So right now, the dollar amount that is in this budget is the maximum amount that it could go up to. One of the other significant costs you have in your budget, it says out AEP. That out AEP is all the cost for all of these street lights. I'm not talking about traffic signals, I'm talking about the lighting on the streets. So out AEP, because the majority of our street lights are covered under the AEP system, as well as the out HWE, which would be Hancock Wood. Between those two costs together, you have over $600,000 just in street lighting. Again, not much of a cost you can control. It is what it is. But every time that if you have citizens or groups of people or subdivisions that go in and they want to put in street lighting, this is something to consider, that every time we do that, those street lighting costs are going to go up. An item in here that is not necessarily a big item is the second to the last one, still on page 18. It says HHWPCAC, which is basically your hats. This is something new that was in for 2025, the $100,000, and then there's been a request by council through the administration for $25,000 for a number of years after. So that's what that dollar amount is. It's already budgeted in there. You do not need to appropriate once again once this budget is passed. The other big items in this budget are the last several items on page 19. So there is the 4 subsidies on there. One of them says SCM&R. SCM&R stands for Street Construction Maintenance and Repair. That's the street fund subsidy. The street fund is a special revenue fund. It is supposed to operate on its own, very similar to the enterprise funds of pool, airport, and parking. However, we do not get enough gas tax money or motor vehicle registration fee money or whatever else into that fund to be able to support all the costs that go out of that fund. These subsidies are a requirement. You do not have an option on them. If you're going to pass the budgets the way that they are shown to you right at this point in time, like Jim had said, you have to have enough either revenue and or money back on the side of it. In this particular case, for all 4 of these particular funds, general fund also has to subsidize these in order for you to pass the budgets as they are shown. You have no other choice. There's already been a consideration of the revenues and how much they're planning on spending this year, and the revenues and how much they're planning on asking for next year. So your street fund subsidy or SCM&R subsidy for 2025 was $895,000. The calculation for 2026 is $580,000. And it's every year it's a different calculation. It just depends on what's happening. It depends on how much money they're planning on spending. What does help this particular fund out is been referred to as some of the chargebacks. So as long as Dave Hans is keeping track of his charges for those people going someplace else, that is revenue coming back into the SCM&R fund. That does help offset it and makes it so that the subsidy is not near as high. The pool fund has a subsidy going for 2026 of $139,000. The pool fund does not have any revenue in it. It is the cost of operating the pool. It is what it is. I can't do anything else about that unless for some reason the city is going to take over operations of the pool again, which happened a long, long time ago. But again, it was still subsidized even at that point in time. The airport subsidy. So there was not a subsidy in 2025, but if you look on 2024, there was a very large subsidy. It was basically double subsidized almost in 2024, which made it so that there wasn't a subsidy needed for 2025 because it already had cash that had been given to it by the general fund. Looking at the numbers that were given to us for 2026, it's going to require a $140,000 subsidy for the airport fund. Parking fund. So parking went for a couple of years where it wasn't needing to be subsidized. It had to be subsidized by $10,000 for 2025. It's going to still need to be subsidized for 2026 to the tune of $38,700. Part of that is because the operational costs were outpacing the revenues. Now, you did pass your legislation to go ahead and increase your fines. Those fines take effect as of the beginning of the year. However, keeping in mind the fact that you can't say that just because you wrote 1,000 tickets in, say, 2025, you're also going to write 1,000 tickets in 2026. Fines are supposed to be a deterrent. So you're going to have some sort of incremental value there, but you're not necessarily going to have the whole incremental value. That also is affected too because you have less lot rent. You have gotten rid of or traded properties with the county. Therefore, you only have one lot now that actually is rented out. So those types of things do have an impact on here. You do need to keep in mind that these funds that are getting subsidized, we refer to these as subsidies because they are the operational subsidies. We've already talked about the fact that in February, you're going to be presented with the capital requests. Anything that goes to any one of these funds, whether it is the SCM&R fund, pool, airport, or parking, if we do a project or we do additional equipment or whatever else, that is technically also another subsidy. We don't call it a subsidy because it's not coming from the general fund. It's actually coming from the capital improvements restricted account within the income tax fund. However, because of the fact that those funds do not have enough money on their own to be able to purchase what they want to purchase, you are subsidizing them also for those types of things too. So please keep that in mind. Do you have any questions at this point about the general expense budget? Okay, moving on. The next one is the self-insurance fund, which is on page 120. Okay, the self-insurance fund was created before I started here. The self-insurance fund takes care of things that are not necessarily typically covered by any of our insurance policies that we have, and the city has a number of different types of liability policies. This fund is supposed to help cover for those types of things, as well as we also have the authorization to be able to use this fund to actually pay for some of the premiums that would be paid for otherwise out of general fund for those types of liability policies. This fund has money in it, and in the past, when the interest rates were really super high, we earned enough interest off of the investments for this fund to be able to cover the expenses. However, interest rates haven't been quite as high as what they were a long time ago in the past, as well as the premiums have increased over time. So this particular fund, that's the reason why last year it was funded more than that $1 million on here. But the expenses they were showing on here have to do with professional services, having to do with a person that comes in, actually takes a look at all of our insurance policies, make sure that they're adequate. It's an actual audit on the insurance policies. You have the insurance liability, which is the premiums, and then we do have the claims for such things as somebody hits a pothole, has to have their car realigned. That doesn't necessarily get covered under one of our insurance policies. That's what the self-insurance fund takes care of. Does anybody have any questions on the self-insurance fund? Okay. The next budget is the treasurer's budget, which is on page 7. Okay, the city treasurer is a part-time position. That's Susan Height. So her budget is not very big, just like council's salaries. Her salary is also set, already established by a salary ordinance. So there's not really anything we could do about that. The rest of her cost involved in here, her biggest one has to do with her share of the computer services cost. Otherwise, it's pretty small stuff. It's office supplies, office equipment, money in here in case her computer dies or other miscellaneous types of things. Do you have any questions about the treasurer's budget? Okay. Then on to the auditor's budget. Auditor's budget is on page 5. Okay, again, I told you that we have 6 full-time people plus Jim in here and 1 part-time person. I do have some changes in here having to do with medical insurance because we have people that are aging off of parents' plans, joining our plan, other changes in medical insurance. We do have cost involved in here having to do with professional services. Those professional services are our audit costs. We can't get away from those. They are what they are. The state auditor's office actually bids out our audit, and whatever they award the audit is what we end up having. The audit is set to be bid again sometime in 2026 for 2027, and the state auditor's office will charge us for their lovely services of bidding that out for us. There is some money in here having to do with some pieces of equipment. Our office is the office that's taking care of all of the time clock processes as well as the credit card machines throughout the city. And we are still not done with those projects. We are working through them, but those machines are also not cheap. Does anybody have any questions regarding the auditor's office budget? Okay. The last one is still in your book. It is under the section. It's under the financial summary section. It is a yellow sheet toward the very end. Actually, it is the very last section. Looks like this. So anybody who may have gone through and taken a look at the schedule as well as checking against the expenditures pages, these are the items that haven't been discussed by any other particular department. It's the debt services, the pension funds, and any other kind of miscellaneous fund on here. Your debt over the years has definitely significantly gotten much smaller. This is whether it is water fund debt, sewer fund debt, or general obligation debt. Those things show up on here. There is money in here having to do with private trust and cemetery trusts, which are a whole other thing that I need to explain at some point in time as a learning process. But there is, this page used to be almost a page and a half. We are down now to basically a half of a page. Anybody have any questions?
Ginger, if we don't authorize any additional debt, when will the city be debt-free?
2033 with an option to call our debt late this year. So part of one of the first things.
This year is in 25, Jim, or 26?
26.
26.
So one of the first things your new finance committee will do is I'll present them with some information, and we'll work with Brossart and possibly even Bricker to determine if we should prepay the debt with some of the cash that you have. That savings is, at last calculation, was darn near $500,000.
Calling the debt, just to kind of bring it down to non-financial geek speak, calling the debt is very similar to you refinancing your mortgage or refinancing a car loan or something like that. That's what calling the debt is. It's refinancing it to get it at a better interest rate.
Or paying it off.
Or paying it off.
Yeah.
So if we pay it off, Jim, does that bring us back to 2030? Or what is that
We would be all but debt-free.
at the end of this year if we pay that?
Yeah.
End of next year. Thank you.
That's a heck of a legacy.
Yes, it is.
Well, I'll share that with the finance committee, yeah, but we have that. But if you look at your total debt there, geo debt, it's roughly $3.5 million under it. And that's under the debt and capital section. There's a summary.
Ginger,
Yes.
why would we have, on the police pension, fire pension, we have debt on that, so what, like,
That's not debt.
oh, it's not?
So the police pension and fire pension funds were set up many, many years ago. That has to do with when every individual entity, every individual government that had a police force or a fire force had their own pension systems.
Okay.
get real estate tax money to help pay that. So it's 0.3 mils for each one, 0.3 mils for police, 0.3 mils for fire. That comes in with real estate tax settlement from the county twice a year.
So the monies that come into we have to post them into those funds. So when that comes in from the real estate tax settlement or other types of tax settlement, we are required by law to post them into police pension fund and fire pension fund. It helps pay for that old pension debt that we still have. We cannot get rid of it right at this point in time, as well as it helps offset some of the costs of the current police department and fire department expenses. So there is an offsetting revenue to some of these things in the police department fund, and the police department as well as the fire department.
So there's operation transfers in that you'll see in the fire department and police department, but this is just debt and miscellaneous
Right.
items, so these are not all debt.
Correct. These are not all debt. This is miscellaneous anything.
Okay. I'll just roll my eyes and say, okay. I mean, I don't, whatever. Okay.
Yeah, it's my responsibility to understand how it works, so.
I understand. So it's not debt.
No, that is not debt. That's the reason why this one's labeled as debt services, pension funds, and
Okay.
miscellaneous funds. Any other
So
questions?
is that actually cash sitting there?
Not yet.
Pardon me?
Not yet. Throughout the year, we get money from, every time you pay your real estate taxes,
Okay.
the city gets a settlement twice a year.
Okay.
Part of that money goes to the general fund, part of it goes to the police pension fund, part of it goes to the fire pension fund.
Okay.
At the end of the year, whatever cash is in those funds then helps offset the cost of police department and fire department, the pension
Okay.
systems.
It was part of the deal years ago when the state took over the pensions. The city used to manage its own pension for police and fire and for the general employees. They don't do that anymore.
Right. So any kind of old, when they combined, the state combined all those systems together, each entity was given basically a debt service schedule. So it's teeny, and the debt service for this is very teeny in comparison to what we're actually getting.
Okay. All right.
Any other questions? For OPERS, for non-safety services, basically, it's 10% for the employee, 14% for the city. For police department, the city is contributing 19.5% currently. And for the fire department, the city is contributing 24%. There is movement afoot at the state legislature level to try to make it so the police gets phased in over a period of time to be at 24%. And OPERS has already said that they would also like to follow suit. Now, whether or not any of that, they've introduced this thing at least 3 times over the past several years. I don't know if they'll actually get traction because that's more expenses to every governmental entity.
Yeah, and the OP&F bill is something that I'm paying close attention to and working on advocating for and sharing concerns as well. Yeah, because that is obviously a big expense for us.
It's a huge expense, and one of the reasons why the fund for police and fire is so solvent is because a lot of police don't retire.
Correct.
They pay into it, don't like the job, get out of the work, and then they never are vested, and their money just goes away.
Right.
It'll be interesting to see if the impact. Thank you.
Any other questions I can answer?
Thank you. I just want to give a big shout out. Ginger and the team do a ton of work, obviously on this, but throughout the year and everything that we're doing. Obviously, the transactions flow through the auditor's office, and they do a wonderful job, and we really appreciate all of their efforts. So. All right, well, that is the presentation. Questions, comments? All right, well, with that, you're free to go. As a reminder, we don't even have to do that. We don't even have to adjourn officially. As a reminder, though, new council, your first meeting is in January. As you look through this, if you have additional questions, please do not hesitate to reach out. But appreciate everybody's time. Also, I think there's some extra food, so feel free to take food on your way out. If not, we're taking it to the police department. So that shouldn't